I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. Don't turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch. Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with all of you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. Commander Alpha Turkey, I was like, I don't know what just happened, but it just stopped. So I replayed it again. But yeah, sometimes StreamYard, I don't know, I have them preloaded in there and I just kind of have to click on them as I go. So sometimes it doesn't show the dragon at the end. I don't know if you guys always see that or not. But it's good to see all of you guys tonight. Hey, Chuchi, thank you so much for putting in our disclaimers. And Sasha, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Also, I see Detroit Rock City in the house. Uh, let's see here. Bo is here. Hey, Bo, thank you for being here. So good to see you. And also, Cece, it's so good to have you here. And, feel free to share whatever you guys want in here. I know that there's just some vile people out there. So that's the only reason I would be hesitant. We are going to have a members only live that I'm going to schedule either for tomorrow or the day after. I just have to kind of work it into the schedule because it wasn't something that I was planning on doing. But I do want to bring the members together and discuss some topics, mainly the Discord, right? Because I know that um, I do keep the Discord on the lowest tier possible. And I do that because I want people to be included. And I don't want people to feel like they have to pay $10 to use a Discord, which I do that for you guys, for the community, our community. It might be my channel, but it's our community. And especially when we bring it into a Discord where we're discussing topics and we're leaning on each other for support, um, there may be people that the membership lands on and then they end up in our Discord and then our safe haven is not so safe anymore. So if you didn't get a chance to read Chuchi's message that she put in the Discord today about safety, please take some time out and go look at that. It's important for everyone to feel included and safe. I am working on a second tier that will just be true crime and that's it, right? We're just going to keep it on the topics of true crime and sharing different theories and maybe even some case comparisons. We'll be doing a lot of that because that's where I mainly stay, right? Is in that space because I'm creating videos about our true crime cases, right? One that we've been covering here lately more so is Haley Busby because we're really pushing for Haley's Law. And I think it's really important. It's going to implement a pink alert, which would be like an amber alert. But if you don't fit that criteria and you don't fit the criteria for a silver alert in Indiana, they're pushing for a pink alert instead. And that can be just a suspicious disappearance where, somebody isn't where they're supposed to be, sort of thing. There's some criteria that would also need to be met there, but it would broaden the scope of people who are getting alerts out when they go missing. Time is of the essence, right? It's really important. Another huge piece to Haley's Law, and we will be doing a live stream about Haley's Law, and about Chester Cheetahs in general. And that's what we call the Mo Lesters of YouTube, right? And these so-called advocates who are jumping in and they're being recommended by other people and other organizations, even though they have no idea who this person is or what they're about. That is something that I'm not willing to waver on. That is something that I don't care how many times people want to throw stones at me. I'm not going to stop talking about that. It's very important to me. If you guys don't know about Haley's story, Haley Busby was 17 years old. She went missing from Indiana. She was lured out of her home from a man that she had been talking to online who was twice her age. He had groomed her for over a year, and Haley trusted this disgusting piece of crap, and she ended up being buried in the woods, and that's where they found Haley. This law of Haley's will make it so predators are more identifiable for younger audiences. So our kids, our teenagers, what they'll know what to look for if they are being groomed or if they are being preyed upon in platforms like Roblox or the different games online, because that's where they're going to find our children, because that's where our children are innocently playing games and unsuspecting of the dangers. We need them to know about these dangers, but it has to be in a way that they can understand, and red flags that they can easily identify. I think that will help tremendously. When we know better, we do better. When our children are more aware, they are less susceptible to these online predators. And so we're going to definitely be talking about that moving forward, as well as Sebastian Rogers, Devlin Tate. He is still missing. We are coming upon the year anniversary of Devlin's disappearance. So he went missing on April 21st. And let me bring in a quick picture of Devlin. Sorry if I didn't get to say hi to everyone. But we have a lot to get through today. I have another, I don't know if he's an expert. I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me a little bit more about who we're reviewing tonight. But they did a review on Katie and her 2-year interview with Holly Thompson. So I thought that would be something that we can do. Now, this is a blind review. I have not gone over this. You're going to see my reaction, my first reaction. I listened to a little bit of it beforehand just to kind of get an idea of what was going to be talked about. But it's basically this gentleman reviewing Katie. And so I think that's important. And we'll kind of, talk a little bit about him, get some background really quick, just for those of you who like to have more context. Cinderella, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. And Valley Gal is here. Hey, Jen. So good to see you, Jen. Witchy Mama is here. Hey, Witchy Mama. And Christy Smith. Hey, Christy. And Forget Me Not is here. Hey, IML. Hey, Cool Cat, she says. Good to see you. And I see you guys dancing in the chat, dabbing in the chat. Hey, Shadow. So good to see you guys. Let's see here. Also, Gail is here. Thank you so much for being here, Gail. And I so appreciate always putting in the blue hearts for Devlin and the green hearts for Sebastian. So again, Devlin Tate missing from Lake Odessa, Michigan. April 21st, 2025 is when he went missing. So we are approaching the year mark. He's not been seen or heard from since. And he is in his routine one to call his friends and family and check up frequently, but he hasn't called anybody, and that's a major concern across the board. We've gone over every aspect of Devlin's case. We've talked to many of the family members. I've spoken to people behind the scenes as well, people close to the case, investigators, search and rescue, other searchers, right? Our friend Piper, who does a phenomenal job. Love her. She's over on Facebook. She really cares. She really has a good heart. Again, I spoke with her one-on-one on a phone conversation, and I just really feel like I clicked with her. Just her mission is simple. She wants to spread awareness about missing people's cases. She also was one of the people who found Rebecca Park in Michigan, right? The mother who went missing. Her baby still has never been found. Her biological mother and her biological mother's husband are in jail as we speak, awaiting trial for her untimely passing that they caused. And so it's a very sad situation, but she was there and actually found Rebecca. Again, we have a lot to catch up on in other true crime cases. So as advocates, we kind of network together and work together for a common cause. And so I've made a lot of friends in Michigan covering Devlin Tate's case. His case is really important to me because Devlin was 18 when he went missing, just shy of his 19th birthday. And he seems to have vanished in broad daylight. And he's also on the autism spectrum and has certain challenges that would make it difficult for him to possibly find his way out of a tough situation. If he was to get himself into a pickle, right? He was putting his name out there on job boards. He did have an upcoming court appearance that he missed because he went missing. So the day before he went missing, he, or excuse me, the day after he went missing, he was due in court. So at the beginning, law enforcement really thought that Devlin perhaps was hiding somewhere because he didn't want to go to court. He was afraid he was going to be in trouble, right? But that really it really wasn't that bad. It was more of that Devlin needed to find ways to pay his restitution. There's a lot there. But now, even a month ago, when they came out with the latest update for Devlin, law enforcement isn't so sure that it's just that simple where he's hiding and cut and dry. Again, because it's not like Devlin to just take off and never contact anyone. Devlin also has a biological mother who lives in Arizona. And again, she's been on the show before. She was doing a lot of strange and unusual things that I did not agree with, but I was very much so trying to help her get resources for Devlin. But we've done a lot in his case to no avail. So, excuse me, I'm still a little bit congested, guys, but it's just a very difficult case because we have a young man who is very good directionally, very good at remembering people's phone numbers, addresses. He doesn't have any issues getting around. As a matter of fact, that's kind of part of who Devlin is he likes to walk the neighborhood, visit people. He was very involved in his church. Um, there's just so many pieces to this puzzle. Um, and his family members are awaiting a lie detector test. And that was really what I was kind of waiting for to really update all of you all on, because that I think will tell us a lot about what um where we should move forward towards. I mean, I know that these lie detector tests are not admissible in court settings, but in the court of public opinion and in the court of law enforcement opinion, it can really help to decipher who is being truthful, and if they're not being truthful, why, right? It kind of opens up a conversation. Okay, so you were deceptive on this question, but why were you lying, right? Is it something that you're embarrassed about, or is it something that you're hiding? So it can kind of open up a dialogue, if anything, and maybe give law enforcement some direction as well as the public. Because if all of his family members uh, pass the polygraph, right, then I think it's time to really dive into other options. Even though law enforcement has already come out and said that they don't believe there's any foul play suspected on the part of the family. But, it's difficult because law enforcement can lie to us. Just, long story short. And we learned that through the Sebastian Rogers case. And it's not something that they do, in my opinion, in order to be malicious. I don't think that there's bad intent. I think actually the intent is good, and they just don't want to show us their hand, so to speak, right? I mean, if they got a royal flush, they're not going to show us that until they're ready. So just a lot to unpack. But I was really hoping that even though Lake Odessa, Ionia County Sheriff's Office in Michigan was backlogged, that they would have found the time to administer those polygraph tests, and they haven't been administered, to the best of my knowledge, current day. So right, forget me not. I'm not gonna say he's barefoot, vigorously shakes his head yes, and then the gum chewing, right? Oh my gosh, the gum chewing. Yeah. Um, he was really trying to convince, I believe it was Caitlin Quisenberry who was asking him that question, that he wasn't convinced that Sebastian was barefoot. Again, just showing you guys the terrain that we're working with. Um, it's really rough. It's really rough area where you can't really just walk around barefoot. You know, it's not like he was going through manicured lawns the whole entire way and subdivisions that were well groomed and things like that. I mean, his home is covered, or excuse me, his home is surrounded by wooded areas with the picker bushes and um I don't know what the heck they're called, but they're little shits is what they are. Hey Jilly, good to see you. So good to see you here. And Kylie Ray is here. Good to see you. So in Sebastian's case, it's hard to believe that he just walked off, right? Every single time I hear that people say he walked off without any shoes on, it's hard for me to believe it. And I just don't take it. Um, I mean, I just can't accept it because, like I said, if I was to challenge anyone to leave the house after midnight, because obviously that's what his mother's saying, after midnight he walked out. So I would just challenge anybody to walk in any direction and see how far they get. Even if they were to walk on the sidewalks until they got to the main road, which is Long Hollow, um, in either direction, it's rough, right? I mean, it used to be, to the best of my knowledge, before it was built up, woods, right? And then they started building the school. They had, I don't know how it all went down, right? I don't know the history of Hendersonville by any means, but I mean, help me out if you feel like I'm getting some of that wrong. But I mean, it's an area that's um, not exactly rural, but it's densely populated with these smaller little subdivisions, and then they were building a new phase right next to Victoria Place, and that was Sebastian subdivision. I just would challenge anybody to take their shoes off barefoot, or maybe even try the challenge in socks. We can do a control group, whatever we need to do in this experiment, and just try to walk and see how far you get in the cold in February. I guess it was unseasonably warm out. When I was just there for the anniversary in February, it was beautiful. Beautiful. It was beautiful in October when I went there for Pig Fest. It was beautiful when I went there. Tennessee is beautiful in general. I really I like Tennessee. There's a lot um in Tennessee because they have the different parts of it. There's three different parts of Tennessee, and it's just a really pretty it's a really pretty area. Trees, hills, water. It's beautiful. So but the weather was very nice. It was supposed to rain on us. It did not. God shown us the sun, right, for the whole day. It was beautiful. Linda Hall says, hey everyone, good to see you, Linda. Thank you for being here. Ah, thank you, Sasha. Thank you, thank you. Thanks. Yes, that's right, Jen. And guys, you guys help me so much by just engaging in the comments, liking the video. Even a dislike is engagement. I hate to say it, but the feedback is always welcome. Constructive criticism is always welcome. But also, just everyone that supports the channel in any way that you guys can, sharing a video out. Detroit, I saw that you shared a video out, so thank you for that. Jen, you share my videos. I really appreciate you guys for doing that. Hindsight, we like to share each other's videos too. So just always grateful for that engagement, and it's free. It's for free. And good to see you, Kylie's Nail Candy. So good to see you here. And Sassy, hey, yes, Haley's Law, Sassy. Oh my gosh, it's just so important. It's so important because the kids need to know what to look for, and adults really need to know what to look for, because half of these apps, I have no idea what they are. I have never heard half of these. Like Sessions was one that Haley was on that was double encrypted. So encrypted on her end, encrypted on the predator's end. So the police couldn't even retrieve. So that's what they do. They take the kids from Roblox. Say I'm playing Roblox and then I'm approached by someone in a DM. And then we're engaging, and then they pull me off of there and they want to go talk on Discord, right? And then from Discord they pull me into Sessions. That's kind of the way that it went down with Haley. This is a federal trial that is coming up because Haley was not found in Indiana. She was actually found in Ohio. And so that pulled it into a federal case. So, more will come out at trial. But this man who groomed her for over a year did show the police exactly where she was in the national forest. So, yeah, and I think Sassy, there are two Haley's laws. I think there's another Haley's law also. Haley with an I is our Haley that we're discussing now, and then I do know about the one Haley with no I. So yes, absolutely. Hey Marion, good to see you. So, yeah, I mean, it's horrible that this is the legacy that she had to leave behind at only 17 if she only would have known who she was really talking to. But, Haley had met this idiot um, a couple of times. He came to her work. He met her a couple of times before he pounced, right? And that's why I call them Chester Cheetahs. I wish we would get a break in this crazy weather. Oh my gosh, today I was gonna go to the pool and I walked outside and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like super windy here. And usually it's nice all the time, but you guys are getting blizzard weather and oh my goodness. I know. The weather has been bad this year all around. Hello, Women's Warrior. Thank you so much for being here. So 3 tornadoes? Oh my goodness, really? Oh, a tornado hit really close to Ionia. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we need this weather to really let up so we can go look. Hey, Holly, and good to see you, Joe. Thanks for being here. So, oh, Holly, I know. I've been thinking about Devlin too. I mean, I've been racking my brain to see because the police were telling us it's like a 50-50 that he could have been abducted, that he could have hurt himself. Um, they somewhat ruled out the family, so it's kind of one of those things where we're stuck with this horrible weather. But hopefully we will get some answers soon. So, what's pimpulating, Joe? I don't know what's percolating. I got some coffee on. Tennessee is a beautiful place. It's just a shame it's like Santa Carla, California, with all the missing posters of children. Yeah, I know. That's what's hard. I mean, I don't like the way that the investigation was handled. We have the rookie. Joe, you got groomed on Roblox, really? Oh Lord. Uh, Sabrina, good to see you. Says Texas was wild yesterday. We got hail and no rain. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh, and that hail really does a lot of damage too, Sabrina. I'm glad you guys are okay. Scranton, good to see you, Scranton. Thank you for being here. Some weird gnats flew in last night. Very strange. Huh? Really? Oh my gosh, in Texas too? Wow, my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like the warm weather came through and then cold and it mixed up or something. Oh, yes, yes. Sasha says apparently the original Haley's Law was struck down by Washington Supreme Court in regards to DUI cases. Interesting. That is interesting. I do remember it being at least something that people were talking about, and I probably signed it. I usually do try to sign petitions that are just trying to push for change, positive change and that sort of thing. Hey, Sparky, good to see you. Lady Freedom, do you know that Arctic Fox is a character on the Roblox game Adopt Me? Yes. Oh my gosh, Holly, we talked about that too. And then, I was sent over like it was a YouTube video about Roblox, and I kind of want to incorporate that into Haley's live because like I had no idea what the characters are and stuff. I've never played Roblox. I've never played Roblox. I've watched people play Minecraft, because Nate's brother, played Minecraft, excuse me, and I would sit there and watch him build stuff, and then he would show me, like, the world that he built because you can build, like, you know, your little world in there, like a virtual world. And I thought that that was pretty cool, but I've never played it myself. I was like, wow, this is really complex. And I just kind of, enjoyed watching him do it. But yeah. Oh, so it's cold now, Sabrina. Oh my goodness. Hey, Crazy Bird. Yeah, see, like right now it's cooled off significantly too here. Um, oh, your son loves that game, Holly. Ugh. I mean, it is. I don't know why they don't just turn off the chat function for young people. I mean, but even 17, it's just a shame. Maybe start inviting the first ped poachers like Alex to join the conversation once a week to give details and warning of game sites predators are on. That would be really nice, Kylie. I do need to try to link up with some of those guys. I'm sure there's a lot that would like to come up on a panel and just kind of discuss what they do and why they do it and how, that sort of thing. I know that there's really strict laws in Arkansas because I did some research and I put that short up as well. But oh, I play Dress to Impress, which is a Roblox game. I watched the chat, but so far nothing. If anything, it's just kids telling each other their outfits suck. Oh no. Oh my goodness. So is it like where you can put different, like, say you have an avatar and you can change the dress and do the makeup and stuff? Is that how it is? Yeah. I think that's a good idea too, Holly, is to kind of be a part of it, even though it's not everyone's cup of tea. But I think that helps a lot if you're involved, right? If the parents are involved. It's much harder as kids get older, like 16, 17. That's really the big danger zone, in my opinion, when it comes to those, because you're kind of giving them, their independence. And it sucks to have to, you know, try to watch every single thing they do. Um, Yeah, you never know, Gail. Well, I worry about that too, and all of the bombing and stuff, and what it's doing to our environment. Even though, even where we're not, it's not close to home or anything. But I wonder about that kind of stuff too. Um, so the obese raccoon. Oh my goodness, Holly, that's funny. You guys had a blizzard today. Oh my goodness. Yeah, someone sent me a video from Missouri and was showing me the snow, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's snowing. Was that yesterday or the day before? Um, if I play Roblox, I might get traffic, Joe. Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. I don't know. They probably bring me back. I'm pretty ornery. They probably be like, nope, we thought we wanted to kidnap this one. She's kind of, she runs her mouth too much. I loved watching Gears of War and Tomb Raider, but now I just watch Upchurch play Call of Duty. Well, that's the thing too. They like to watch each other play the games, And I know when like my little cousins were little, they loved for me to watch them play games. They'd be like, "Come watch me play it." And I'm like, "Okay." So I'd go in there and I'm like, if I tried to play Call of Duty, I'd get stuck in the corner. That's what's happened to me before. I'm like, I don't know how to get out of the corner. Like I'm not good at those games. Um I like the matching games, Words with Friends. Those are my games. I like puzzle games and things like that. Or the ones where you find the differences. I like those. But yeah, I'm not as familiar with the games. I'm trying to think of the game my daughter played when she was little, and it was online. It was called Penguin something, but she played it with like her little friends that she only knew. Um, like just the girls from school kind of a thing. So you could see like who she was playing with and who was on there and stuff. But there were things where you could buy like memberships and different things like that. But it was heavily monitored. I heavily monitored it. Then again, I only had one. So it's not like I had multiple kids at different ages. And that's what makes it really tough on parents, or if you're a single parent, which I was not a single parent at that time. Her father and I had been married for quite a while. So, Women's Warrior says, ladies, it's about approachable parenting. It saved my son when he was young from sextortion, and he told me straight away, and I go straight on and told the PDF file, and he wasn't going to make him send more pictures. I mean, that's one thing that is very scary, right? Because they end up normalizing a lot of this behavior, and the kids don't even realize that they're doing something inappropriate, right? Where they're like, sometimes they'll trick the kids. Like I saw one, because I've been kind of researching this as I've gone, right? So there was one where they were doing an expose where the predator would tell the child, let me see a picture of you in your shirt. Like, take a picture of your t-shirt. I want to see the graphic on your t-shirt. And really, they're so sick-minded that they can make anything gross, right? So they're getting off on that. All of this stuff is so concerning, right? Because of course, maybe a child might think, oh, sure, I'll take a picture. Like, what's so wrong with, I mean, my shirt's on, I have clothes on. But really, for a predator, they don't care. It's a sick fantasy that they'd like to play out. So we'll be getting more into all of that, because I think that it needs to be discussed. So, Sparky, I hope you get enough sleep, sweet dreams, and thank you for being here. So, oh, cool. It's called, I like the cheese escape game on Roblox. I play with my daughter. Maybe I should just go into Roblox and peruse it. I never have. It sounds like there's some different games that you can play on there. It's not just like one. So maybe that's why it's so popular. So, oh my goodness. Oh, Detroit, don't work too hard. Oh my goodness. I hope you have safe travels too. Um, yeah, I watch Upchurch. Like, well, mostly like his music videos and stuff. Sometimes I like to watch him paint though. Sometimes he'll like show you what he's painting or whatever. Um, okay, there's different themes like springtime vampires. Okay, so like it's appealing to many people. It's not just kind of a one size thing or like a niche. Uh, I like June's Journey too, Chuchi. That's like yeah, you got to find the hidden pictures and stuff. So, Link Legend, Blackjack, and Uno. That's funny. I know. Reading a book is good, Joe. Reading a book is good. I was actually thinking about graduation presents for my daughter, and I'm like, maybe I should get her like a good book. And then I was like, she might not want a book though, since she's graduating with her master's. She's probably, maybe she doesn't want to see a book for a while. I don't know. But I thought it'd be cool to get her like, just a, I don't know. We like to read books together. We've done that ever since she was little, and then when she got a little bit older, we would read novels together. So she would read her copy, I would read my copy, and then we would come together, kind of like a book club. But that was more so because after the divorce. But just for us to stay connected, and I think reading is something that is so fundamental to our imaginations, to the way we view things. And there's some stories that I could just read over and over again. So yeah, I agree with that too. Kylie Ray says there's too many secret squirrel sites for kids to be on internet at all these days. Yeah, and I mean that's another thing that I worry about with Devlin, because he was very well connected. Devlin was very well connected, Kylie, to a couple of different chat rooms, right? I mean, I don't know how to really say it, because back in the day that was like chat rooms, but forums might be a better. But it's where people can communicate again in in an off chat room. So hello, Ann Reynolds, good to see you. Yeah, but I think gaming is healthy because it does, well, first of all, I think that it really does well for like our memory. It sharpens up some of our skills, and different things like that. Like Words with Friends, I always thought that was a great game for people to play, because it gets you thinking. You know, you have to be creative, forming words, different things. Also, I love Scrabble, so that was another reason I like that. But you know, some of these games help with spatial relationships. Like, there's a lot of really good things about gaming too. Um, so yeah, I don't see a problem with the games. I think it's more of the fact that the predators will try to get in where they fit in, right? They're discussing subhuman garbage, you know, and they'll just try anything to get to an innocent child. That's what their, you know, motive, their end game is. Yeah, I used to play Panda Pop was another one that I haven't played in a long time, but I like that one. So all right, guys. Well, tonight I have something I wanted to share with you guys. And I don't know I don't know how much I'm going to agree, but this guy seems legit and he is covering Katie's 2-year interview. And I wanted to just go over it with you guys. And, you know, we'll change the pace a little bit here, and see what you guys think um, about it. And I'll share my thoughts too. It's like a 45-minute interview, excuse me, review of the interview. And just bear with me here because I did share it out in case you guys wanted to watch it without my comments on it. I didn't have a time to make a video today. I was going to go live earlier, but I had a little bit of a change of plans. So, you know, but I was like, oh, there's a guy is Never a Truer Word with Jack Fox is his channel name. And let me drop it before I, oh, wait, I don't want to grab that link. Hold on a second. I'll just grab his link really quick. Give him full credit for this as we go along. But it seems like he joined in 2022. He's got 30,000 subscribers and he likes to do the analysis, right? Good evening, Seth. Thanks for being here. So he likes to do this analysis, and I'm not sure if he is like a doctor. You know how sometimes people will come on YouTube and lend their expertise, but he does seem like he, you know, has a pretty good grasp on what he's looking for in terms of, you know, Katie's honesty in the interview and that sort of thing. He has done different cases, JonBenét, etc. So let's see here. I will go ahead and share this screen. I just like to hear different people's opinions on what they're thinking, because, you know, sometimes when I watch the video, I might not pick up on things that they're picking up on, and I just enjoy different perspectives, even if I don't agree 100%. But let's start it. Let's get started.
Are these the words of a desperate parent or someone with guilty knowledge?
How long will you keep searching?
Until my last breath. I'll never stop. I'll never stop searching for him.
Most people probably didn't catch what was said there. Did you? Would you spot it in your everyday life? And we're back on the case of missing Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian's been missing for 2 years now. And we're going to be digging into a new interview with his mom, Katie. Now, some people are very suspicious of Katie. So do her words offer any clues as to what happened to Sebastian? By the end of this episode, I'll tell you why I think they do and what I think has happened to him. Welcome to Never a Truer Word, where we look at the words that people choose to use to see if they're telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, fantastic. So this is Jack Fox. I love his accent right off the bat. I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting as well. And so it does appear that he has done other videos on Sebastian because he said we're back on Sebastian Rogers' case. So this could be a new place to kind of discuss Sebastian's case, which I love seeing that, especially when it's not someone who is night court, batshit crazy. So that's fantastic. I love it. I'm digging it already.
Studied the words of thousands of criminals, and I know how they use words to lie, to cheat, and to manipulate. I also know what the truth sounds like too, and the word patterns you'll hear from Katie, you'll also hear from people that you speak to in your life. Once you know them, you won't stop hearing them. So, in this episode, I will show you why many are suspicious of her, how that comes out in her words, how little hope she seems to have in that she'll ever find Sebastian, and how the words and ideas that we repeat show what is on our minds. Let's have a listen to the first part of the interview. For me here, she makes it really clear what she thinks.
How long will you keep searching?
Until my last breath. I'll never stop. I'll never stop searching for him.
I feel like as a parent, a lot of times we have these other, intuitions, just different thoughts and feelings about what's going on. Do you have anything in your innermost thoughts that you think happened to him?
Truthfully, I think that there are different options based off of what we know and what we don't know. More particularly, what we don't know is what makes it more difficult to do that. But all I can say is that I feel like he is out there, and that is my main hope, that him being out there means that he's alive and that he can come home when we find him.
So, did you catch it there? At the very beginning of that, how long will you keep searching? And Katie says, until my last breath. I'll never stop. I'll never stop searching for him. Huge red flag, because it says in her own thought process, in her words, that she doesn't think the search for Sebastian will ever stop. In other words, she has no hope that Sebastian is going to be found. Think about when you lose something, when you lost your keys, did you say, I'm going to keep looking for them until I find them? Probably. You certainly didn't say, I'm never going to stop looking for them, because at some point you will find them or you'll give up. But here, until my last breath, she believes she's going to be dead, in her own words, before Sebastian is found. I'll never stop. I'll never stop searching for him. Now.
All right, guys. So before he goes to the next thought or finishes this one, I do want to point this out because I thought this was really smart. This is the reason why I decided to review this tonight blindly, because it does seem like he's looking at different aspects than we did when I reviewed it with you all. And that's the value of other people's perspectives. So the question was, how long will you keep searching? And Katie says, until my last breath. Katie thinks that she is doing a good job, right? She's like, okay, people are going to think this is exactly what I should say. I do believe that Katie is saying what she thinks that we want to hear. And just saying, instead of saying, I will never give up, right? She says the extreme. And I love how he's pointing out that through Katie's own words, what she's really conveying to us is that she doesn't believe that in her lifetime she will find Sebastian. That's powerful. That's powerful. I'll never stop. I'll never stop searching for him. Right? But when has Katie searched? I mean, we can beat the dead horse all day. Because that's the first thing any of us think. Right? You got to start first, right, Holly? I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like we just all kind of roll our eyes. We're like, oh gosh, not this again. Because we feel like right off the bat, she's lying. She's lying to Holly Thompson. Holly Thompson's like kind of, she's definitely a Pollyanna in my opinion. But even she's like, she doesn't know what to say. Right. And again, these interviews are not done blindly typically. They usually, especially with the Proud Feet, in my opinion, have given them the questions so they can prepare. Chuchi says, if it was my child, I would say I will keep searching as long as it takes to find him, right? And as long as it takes me to find him, I'm going to continue searching for him. That's the appropriate answer, Chuchi, and that's the thing. She misses the mark. She misses the mark, and here's this gentleman, Mr. Fox, is saying, no. Again, he uses the analogy of the late, great Peter Hyatt. If you're looking for your keys, you're going to search until you find them, as you said, Chuchi. And if not, you know, you don't know. In other words, you don't know. You're not searching for something when you know where it is. So if you don't know where it is, you're going to continue to search until you find it. I mean, especially when it's your kid. So right, Sassy? I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a good one," because it's just something out of the box, right? It's someone else's new perspective. It's fresh. I love it. I was like, "Yeah, this is gonna be a good review," because again, it doesn't even matter if I agree with every single thing he's saying. It's just something new, which I appreciate, and I appreciate his coverage of Sebastian as well. Yeah, Sasha says yes, 100% considering we have not one reference of her searching. No, just the photo op, the drone, right? Where everybody's like, "Hi, we're out here," but they were really searching, in my opinion. What does she mean when she says, "Hope he can come home once he's found"? I think Gigi, I think that Katie probably is leaking out that she knows that Sebastian probably wouldn't come home to her necessarily, especially with we have still one CPS report open of 5. 1 of 5. I don't think I think that that's kind of what she's alluding to in my opinion, and I think that's a great point that you're making. What does she mean by that? Hope he can come home once he's found. Yeah. And I mean, I think every little detail of what Katie is saying um, should be looked at, right? I mean, has law enforcement watched this interview? So Miss Ann, YouTube is, I don't think YouTube is the answer. I know, Miss Ann, YouTube is not the answer. There's a lot of stress on YouTube. Unnecessary roughness, flag on the play. He has done more videos on CP and KP. If you haven't watched them, you really should, lady. Oh, good, Anna. Thank you. Thank you for the recommendation. I just stumbled upon this tonight. I was like, I want to talk some more about Sebastian, but I don't have everything prepared, and ready to put out yet. So, what can we talk about? And I just typed in Sebastian. I do that a lot when I first wake up. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Anything new? Any new developments? And this popped into my feed. So I was like, wow, that was really good timing. So, yeah, her lips are moving. She's lying, right? And Kylie, that's why I tend to look more into what she said in the beginning before she knew what everybody else was thinking and she could kind of craft her story because we know that from the Duchess interview to begin with, it changed from the Holly Thompson interview. It changed to the Caitlin Miller interview, aka the Only Hands interview. Her story changed when it came to Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia. It changed when she spoke to Duchess again. It just changed. So again, I like to go back to the first couple interviews before she knew what was right and what was wrong, or before she was crafting a response, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it probably is too, Brenda. I do, but I just think she's got that Pollyanna stuff like, "We're gonna keep hope alive, right?" Like, I don't know. It's just too much rainbows and unicorns for me. And it comes off as fake. But I think she is equally annoyed. I don't think there's anybody in their right mind that thinks that Katie and Chris are telling the truth, let alone that they didn't have anything to do with what happened to Sebastian. I mean, they didn't do a very good job of convincing anyone, in my opinion. I agree. Holly, her whole demeanor is off. And she said the same thing. She's trying to keep to that script. She's trying to keep right on to it, you know? She really is. So, you know, it's one of those things where, I mean, it doesn't matter how many times she does an interview, she's going to continue to tell the same anecdotes because she doesn't want to veer too far off the script. I mean, I guess I wouldn't either. I don't blame you, Seth. She's not real, right? She doesn't ask um, the real questions. So I like Caitlyn. I'm partial to Caitlyn Quisenberry. I like her a lot. I think she's done a really nice job on Sebastian's case.
That doesn't automatically mean, woof, we've got a big guilty person here. It means 2 years on, in her mind, for some reason, she doesn't think there is any chance of Sebastian being found. It's there in black and white inside Katie's words. Her hopes of finding Sebastian are very, very low.
I don't remember the teeth that I was born with because my body has adapted to these babies right here. Every day I get up, they don't come out. It's not like I have to do anything different. It's just.
The next question doesn't offer a lot of reassurance either. And it's about intuitions. I feel like as a parent, we have intuitions, different thoughts and feelings about what's going on. Do you have anything in your innermost thoughts you think happened to him? And Katie says, truthfully, I think there are different options. That's how she starts her answer. Now, truthfully, why they need to tell us she's being truthful? Why they need to say truthfully? You know, truthful people don't feel the need to point out that they're being honest and telling us the truth. They just tell us the truth. That's how truthful people tend to speak. But for some reason, Katie feels the need to fly a flag saying, I'm being truthful here. And she's flagging that by saying, truthfully. She says, I think there are different options based on what we know and what we don't know. Different options. It's like a menu here. It really is. Rather than giving us, the question is, what's your gut instinct? What is your gut telling you has gone on here? And she doesn't want to share that gut instinct with us for some reason. Now, I said Katie's words make people suspicious. And whether people consciously realize this or not, they see she's not answering the question here. What do you think's happened to him? She says, I don't know. And then she gives an explanation as to why she doesn't know. And she says there are options. Her gut instinct isn't an option. Her gut instinct is just one thing. But she's talking about her options based off of what we know and what we don't know. More particularly, what we don't know is what makes it more difficult to do that. That is not
right. But I also think that she is saying that because she knows. Right? She doesn't want to tell what she knows, and she's trying to push it off like she doesn't know certain things. Well, I don't know what happened without saying that she doesn't know what happened, right? And whenever we hear somebody say truthfully or to be honest, we need to evaluate whether we're being lied to or not, you know? But in all honesty, I said that on the phone earlier to my friends. I said, to be honest, and I said, I'm telling you guys the truth. But, you know, because now you're more aware of it, right? But I mean, a lot of people just use it, and you always do have to look to context. And if somebody uses those phrases as part of their vernacular as well. So, again, we did a live about statement analysis and body language experts, and that's one thing that we really love to go over here. Scranton Strangler, 12 minutes left of my birthday. Oh my goodness, Scranton, I didn't even know it was your birthday today, girl. I would have sent you some balloons in a text. Oh my gosh, happy birthday, Scranton. I got to get you guys. Thanks, Alistair. Welcome in. I need to get you guys a birthday song loaded in here. So, you guys are so sweet. Happy birthday, Scranton. Seth, that's sweet. Happy birthday, Scranton, says Witchy. Miss Ann, we love you, girl. Don't you worry. If you come in here and it's stressful at all, or if just, being on YouTube, because I know I go late night, we want it to be relaxing for you. And don't feel like you have to chat if you just want to listen in or something like that. Yeah, take care of you, Miss Ann. Thanks, Brenda. Well said. because yeah, I mean, it could be really rough. But again, just listening to this, I just also want to echo what he's saying and just point out that Katie is saying that there's other options, but we don't know, right? Without just saying, I don't know what happened to my son, so I can't tell you. I don't have any where to look for him. I don't know what could have happened. She's not saying anything normal, or let's see, maybe normal isn't the best word to use. I guess she's just, again, not being truthful. She says truthfully to convince us that she's being truthful, but then she says something that is far from the truth. So I guess that's the best way to put it.
What she's been asked about. That is not intuition that she is explaining here. The question is about intuition, and instead she's kind of given across this, I don't know, and here's all the reasons why I don't know. It's an explanation as to why she can't answer the question. It's not an answer to the question. I think it could be fair to say maybe in her heart of hearts she thinks something bad has happened, and she doesn't want to say that out loud because it might seem disloyal or it might make her look untrustworthy or something like that. And she wants to try in this interview to give a positive impression. Maybe she thinks the more positive she is, the more help that will come in. But whatever the reason is, she's not sharing her intuition. She carries on and says, but all I can say is that I feel that he is out there. Now, all I can say, that's not all I know, you'll notice. That's just all I can say. Words there that suggest that someone is holding something back inside them, which is very much the vibe I get from this answer, is that she's not sharing her full thoughts with her. All I can say, meaning there is more, but she's not going to say it, is I feel like he is out there. Now, I am very big with Katie on the things that she repeats. I've looked at a lot of her interviews over the 2 years, and Sebastian being out there is something she says a lot, and always in those words, or words very close to out there. It's not Sebastian is somewhere, which is another form that would be entirely relevant and allowed here. It's the fact that he's out there. And that to me is the wording you'd use when you know that someone is out in the big wide world, in the open as well. Someone is at home or somewhere safe. Do you use the word out there, or would you say somewhere? So out there suggests to me that in her head, in her belief system, for whatever reason, Sebastian is outside, out of doors for some reason. That is my main hope. That him being out there, again, out there, means that he's alive and that he can come home when we find him. Now, there's an interesting one there. It means that he can come home is great. That's talking about him coming home, but only when he is found. Not that Sebastian has left of his own beliefs or, of his own want and will come back one day when he's ready to come back. That doesn't enter into her head at all. It is that he will only come home when he is found. You can read a lot of things into that, as in he's out there in that big wide open and unable to come back on his own. I think you know where I'm going with on that one. Or that it is that he will come home when we find him, so he has to be found. He doesn't want to come home. It's only when they find him that he will want to come home. But whatever, again, in her mindset is the fact that Sebastian is not coming home under his own steam, if you like. She doesn't think that one day Sebastian's going to wake up and think, tell you what, I'll go and see my mom. That doesn't enter into her head at all. So in this first part here, there's no hope that he'll be found in her thinking and her words. It's exactly in her words. There is no answer to the intuition question. We've all got intuition and gut feelings about things, especially things as important as this. And for some reason, she doesn't want to share hers. She just wants to give some sort of explanation as to why she's not really sure. And we see the first mention of the out there concept, the concept that Sebastian is out there. Let's listen to some more from Katie now. And listen to her.
Okay, really quick, I just want to pop in there. So I think a lot of what he was saying, and I just want to rewind just a little bit. What he was saying here. So no hope. So this is what he has assessed. So one, that Katie has lost hope. And I will say, in Katie's defense, right, that a lot of times people can lose hope, and it's hard to hold on to hope and keep the faith. It's hard for anyone. So I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is I do think that what he's saying is ringing true here, where Katie has seemed to have lost hope and no hope that he'll be found, right? She says until her last breath. Those are her words. No answer, right, is the second thing to the intuition question. But this has been something that Katie has been asked over and over and over again. And again and again and again, she doesn't want to speculate. She doesn't want to give her mother's intuition. Again, I think because she knows and she's afraid that there will be leakage involved in this. And that's the only thing that I can take away from that. And then the third thing that he's seeing here is she's saying that he's out there. The concept that he's out there, that same concept of Sebastian walked out that door, right? And so again, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all. So I think it's something that has been present from the very beginning, where Katie never wanted to give any of her own feedback, but she's also said that he's somewhere. We're never going to stop posting flyers was the last thing, that she was saying quite frequently. Now it's that we're never going to stop searching. Again, we've never seen her search, so those eyes are side eyes too. Right? Her brain is sideways. Oh, did you get a membership? Miss Ann, I was wanting you to get a membership. Oh my gosh, congratulations. Yay. That is fantastic. Welcome to the Dragon. Miss Ann, you've always been a part of the Dragon Tribe. You guys don't have to have a membership. That's just something I say, but that's fantastic. Well, wonderful. I'm so glad when it lands on people, that are here and, that support the channel. That means the world to me. So, the side-eyeing emoji, Brenda. That's why I have that lady in Sebastian's army. She's a real army member, but she does the side eye, like a boss. Like, there we go. Okay, so let's listen more. This guy is really good. I suggest subbing up to him. He did great job here, Mr. Fox.
See the first mention of the out there concept, the concept that Sebastian is out there. Let's listen to some more from Katie now. And listen, do her words here point to some sort of hidden motive?
And I need to bring this up, and this is an opportunity to also respond to people, because there are always people who are going to point the finger back at the people closest to them. That always happens. What do you say to them?
I would say that we love Sebastian. We care about Sebastian. I love Sebastian. And that I am doing everything I can to bring him home and to find him. And vigilante justice doesn't help. Threats don't help. And that Sebastian deserves to come home in a world where he doesn't see some of the ugliness that's going on. Because when he comes home, he will see that too. And I would ask that people take that into consideration, that he doesn't deserve any of it either.
And you and your husband had nothing to do with his disappearance?
No, we did not.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business.
The question is put to her there that there are people who are going to point the finger back at the people closest to them, i.e. people are blaming you, Katie. That always happens. What do you say to them? And Katie says, nothing for a bit. She takes a big, long pause. And she says, I would say that we love Sebastian. We care about Sebastian. I love Sebastian. Now, that's not a denial that they had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. In fact, people hurt people they love often. You know, what is the most dangerous thing to a woman? It's her partner who supposedly loves her. So saying we love Sebastian really, really is not a denial. It's just a fact. I'm also interested in the split in pronouns there. I would say that we love Sebastian. We care about Sebastian. I love Sebastian. Now, if she is part of we, then she's already said I love Sebastian as part of that. So why does she feel the need to restate it separately? I don't know who she meant by we. Is it her and her partner, a wider family, or something like that? But she wants to make it very clear that she loves Sebastian.
Wow. So that was very interesting, right? So again, the question was, and I need to bring this up, and it's just this is an opportunity to also respond to people, because there are always people who are going to point the finger back at the people closest to them. That always happens. What do you say to them? And this is what Katie's response was. I would say that we love Sebastian. We care about Sebastian. And then she goes back to again saying, I love Sebastian. Right. But again, it's overdoing it, over explaining. And also, she's already established that when she says we love Sebastian, right? Meaning the family, meaning her and her husband. Um, uh, and he also says, not a denial, people hurt those that they love often, right? And again, that's arguable. I think that people feel more comfortable with their loved ones, and sometimes we seek the approval of people that we don't know of more than the people that we should be seeking approval from, right? Which is the people who are there for us all the time. So we see that a lot, psychologically. But Miss Ann, I'm so glad. Seth says, I can't wait to talk with him about everything I didn't know about and let him know that he never has to be around it anymore. Seth, I can completely understand that, and I'm glad that you and Sebastian had an open line of communication. I just know that it's harder as they get older into teenagers. They feel like they can handle more than when they were little, and I think that was a big issue there, right? Where he was just bearing the weight, right? And I know that it's got to be so heartbreaking. That's right, Crazy Bird. We can't wait until he's in your arms again, Seth. Seth, we are all waiting for the day for you and Sebastian to be reunited. That day can't come soon enough. Amen, Annalise. That's right. We, right? It's always we, and we're not speaking French, right? Chuchi says amen. Which he says, Seth, 100%. And if Sebastian wants it to be kept private, keep it that way. F what the public wants to know. That's right. Sebastian's wishes come first. That's right. Exactly. I think everybody should just step away and let Sebastian have time with his family. The main goal is finding Sebastian. Once we find Sebastian, that's the key right there. That's the person that we've all been waiting to find. That's the person that we've been looking for. So yeah, nothing else matters after that, does it? That's for Seth to work out with Sebastian. Jenny Machete, good to see you, Jenny Machete. Aw, thanks, Brenda. So really interesting interview here. I love how he's pointing this out, how he's saying, Katie's kind of doubling up. Very interesting. And hey, Kiki, great to see you. And here we go.
But first time she said, we love Sebastian. But listen, that we love Sebastian is not a denial. So these people pointing the finger, we love Sebastian is all she says. And that I'm doing everything I can to bring him home and to find him. And vigilante justice doesn't help. Threats don't help. Well, again, doing everything you can to bring him home and find him is not that you didn't do it, that you didn't make him disappear in the first place for whatever reason, under whatever method. Very curious non-denial here of saying to these people, you're looking in the wrong place. We're as mystified as you, or we had nothing to do with it. That's not what she goes to first in her words. What do you say to people that are blaming you? We love him and we're trying to find him. Well, that's not proof. It's actually quite weak. And I'm doing everything I can to bring him home. So we've got this thought again of him being brought home, that he's not going to come back under his own steam, out of his own choice, and to find him. She messes up there. I don't know whether it's just a misspeak, but previously she said to find him and bring him home. This time it's bring him home as the first thing, finding him as the second thing. You can't bring him home unless you found him. Now, this one's interesting. Vigilante justice doesn't help. Not vigilantes, or so-called.
Okay, and I'll rewind that really quick, guys. But again, you can't, you have to find him first, right? Step 1, find Sebastian. Step 2, bring him home. Well, he has 2 homes, arguably, and one of which there were 5 CPS reports. I highly doubt that Sebastian would be sent back to live there. I highly doubt Seth would allow for that, right? So without getting too far into a hypothetical conversation, again, I think Katie recognizes that to a certain extent. And that I am doing everything I can to, and everybody, all of these linguists, right, body language analysis people, they all say bring him home. They all flag this statement, bring him home, and to find him, right? And then she says, and vigilante justice doesn't help. Threats don't help, right? But they're the very ones that are threatening others. We heard what Chris Proudfoot said, right? And if I had time to do a video, I probably would have started adding in clips of when Chris was threatening Brittany J, threatening Mob Crew, threatening Silvers, right? But then Katie gets on her high horse because they give her a platform to do so, and she talks about how it's so wrong. It doesn't help anyone. Oh, whatever, Katie. Yeah, Valley Gal, what threats? Except for the ones that her and Chris roll out, right? Or people take it upon themselves to do so. I believe that they're directly involved in much of it. That's the reason why I have to keep my Discord safe, right? That's why Chuchi works so hard to make sure that our community is not violated by these complete nut jobs, right? Because we shouldn't even have to worry about half of this. And again, we'll be doing a members only. But again, I think it's very interesting that this is always flagged by linguists and body language experts. Bring him home. And I just flagged the way Katie says it. Bring him home. She does that, and I can't stand it. Home. I just don't get that. I think it's an act. I think it's performative at best.
Again, of him being brought home, that he's not going to come back under his own steam, out of his own choice, and to find him. She messes up there. I don't know whether it's just a misspeak, but previously she said to find him and bring him home. This time it's bring him home as the first thing, finding him as the second thing. You can't bring him home unless you found him. Now, this one's interesting. Vigilante justice doesn't help. Not vigilantes, or so-called vigilantes don't help, but she talks about what the vigilantes are doing as justice, i.e. Getting rights for wrongs. Interesting way of thinking about these people that are calling you and blaming you, saying they are people who are doing vigilante justice. That justice suggests they are right. The vigilante is maybe they're going around it the wrong way, but vigilante justice is an interesting term to use for people who are supposedly in the wrong about what you've done. Then she goes on and says, and that Sebastian deserves to come home in a world where he doesn't see some of the ugliness that's going on, because when he comes home, he will see that too. And I would ask people to take that into consideration, that he doesn't deserve any of it either. So she does have, again, this sense of Sebastian coming home, and maybe a little bit more hopeful that he's coming home than some of the other things we've said. I also think that what she's doing there is a little bit of a manipulative tactic of, if you have a go at us, you're going to be hurting Sebastian, the person that the vigilantes or the people pointing the fingers say they care about. So it's kind of like, back off on us because you're having a go at Sebastian too with that. Still, though, no denial.
Still no denial. And I think it's great how he says having a go at Sebastian, right? Just the way he puts that is well put, just straight to the point. Hey, Animal and Mother, good to see you. And Cheryl, I agree. Are we the vigilantes? I beg to differ. I hope Sebastian sees all of the love out there for him and and his newfound family. Well, and that's the thing. I think that a lot of us, our hearts were captured by Sebastian because we were being told by Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot, respectfully or whatever, that he didn't have any friends, that he wants friends, that he asks for friends for Christmas, right? Where other kids are like, I want a bike so I could ride my bike with my friends. You know, my friend Joey down the block got a new bike and we want to, go riding it. I want a basketball hoop so my friends can come over. I want a pool so I can go swimming at my house sometimes and not always at Joey's. Something like that, right? So they were playing us as if Sebastian wanted friends desperately. And then we all were like, hey, we'd be his friend. What a sweet kid. Look at his smile. Look how great he is. Look what his teachers are saying. Look what his dad is saying about him. And I think that's what they're the ones that made us protective over Sebastian. So when they talk about vigilante justice, I don't think that there's been any type of vigilante justice. I think that there has been an outpouring of love and support. I agree with you, Cheryl. Well said. But again, to them, it looks like, it's against them because we're not with them. We're not the ones that want to forget about Sebastian. They do. They don't want us talking about him. So they think that's vigilante and don't hashtag me because that's harassment. No, it's not. It's a way for people to find information faster. It's tagged. April says, lady was at one of the interviews. Yeah, so that was a phone conversation. The Hatfield and McCoys, Sheila and Fred had a conversation with Chris Proudfoot. They were trying to get a meetup with Chris and Katie face to face, but they only got a phone conversation that they recorded with Chris and they released it. In that recording, Chris actually says that when Sebastian is found, he's either going to need intensive therapy or, worse. Right. So, but that is where I remember hearing Chris Proudfoot say that he may have said it before to someone else. You think it was also, yeah, I think so too, Crazy Bird. Yeah. Yes, 100% exactly manipulation tactic, right? Exactly, Sasha, he's spot on. Yet still no cigar, Katie, right? Or Kate. Holly says, Lady Freedom, yep, the McCoys, and he said he might be deceased in the woods somewhere. And yes, exactly. He was so cold while saying it. He was so matter of fact. That's what gave me the greatest anxiety of looking in the woods by the river for Sebastian. Is that statement right there and the way that he said it. I audibly gasped when I heard it the first time and subsequently after. I don't think I've ever not had a reaction to hearing that because it's just so cold. He does not care. And it's like, even though he showed his ass time and time and time again, he still astounds me with his callous and heartless way that he talks about Sebastian or what happened to him, what could have happened to him. And then we hear Katie talk about, oh, he might be in a basement somewhere. Check the dark web. Equally cold, equally callous, heartless, but that's Sebastian's mother. And she talks about, she has the nerve, she has the audacity to sit there and say that Sebastian is going to care more about what a bunch of strangers are saying about him than what his own mother is saying, what his own supposed to be stepfather. We all know that he's a stepfoot and not a father. So yeah, it's again, the level of self-awareness that Katie has, which is barely any. And let's not forget that she said that Sebastian was the one that lacked self-awareness. Very interesting. Yeah, Brenda, I believe it was I believe it was there. I don't know if I believe that. I think kids at school probably like Sebastian. The Proudfoots probably just won't let the other kids come over. Or Holly, maybe they've met Chris, or Katie. I mean, Katie also is equally creepy. I'm sorry, she is. And I know that she probably always wasn't like that. According to Seth, she wasn't. According to Seth, he said Katie was a different person that he married, right? And that they had a family together at once upon a time. She wasn't always like that. So, I tend to believe that. I think that she does a lot to flex in front of her husband. But, she shouldn't have to. Again, she's seeking the approval she will never receive. Chuchi says, if Seth is still in, my advice is to go to court, file for emergency custody. So when he does come home, he will go right to Seth, in my opinion. I know we've talked about that too, Chuchi. I just don't know that they would um, do that with Sebastian being missing, because I know we've talked about that before here. And what I know from family court is they do not like when one parent comes in hot. And I understand why. But again, a lot of it comes down to, the desperate need to keep your child safe from the other parent. It's such a tough situation. It's a tough position to be in. It makes me happy to read underneath the news stories on Facebook and other platforms. Literally no one believes those people. I mean, I was floored when I saw Deception Detective be like, okay, now no one believes them. I think it was his last video that we reviewed in the title. I mean, all of these experts, Pat Brown, Deception Detective, the late great Peter Hyatt, Lauren Conley, Nancy Grace, Vinnie Politan, the list goes on and on and on. No one believes the Proud Feet. The only place that they get any type of support is on the hate channels in the YouTube Krama community. Period. Everybody needs someone. I've always said that. But for who they pick, that's the main problem, in my opinion. And like I said, that's why we're going to continue to speak on it, because I think the reason why they don't want us to speak on it is because they know that's exactly it. And I've been beating that drum for a very long time. Look at who they go to. And then look what was just uncovered. Makes my heart sad. I couldn't imagine not having my kids, time for my kids. I know. Oh my gosh. I think Katie probably completely iced Sebastian out of her life that final year. Part of the reason why there were no photos of him that were recent. and excuse me, sorry guys. Like I said, I still have a little bit of congestion going on. So Holly, I believe that, especially with the research that I've been doing lately on the last year or so, right? Or even a little bit further into maybe 2022, right? Because that's where Tony was saying October of 2022. This is kind of where the stuff started, coming out the other end of the rug, right? They were sweeping it under, and then it was starting to come out the other side. And it was a definite snowball effect from there on. But I do think that Katie was absolutely distancing herself from Sebastian. I also want to point to our beautiful guest, Alana, that came up and shared her real life experience with Katie Proudfoot, her real life, seeing it with her own two eyes, personal account of watching Kathy Bowersox grabbing Katie's face by, pinching her cheeks and saying, you did so good, right, in court. I also remember her stating that when Katie thanked her for wearing a green Sebastian t-shirt to court, she looked at Katie and said, where is Sebastian, Katie? And Katie's face turned bright red. If you haven't had a chance to watch our one and only first open mic, don't take it from me. Take it from an eyewitness. Her account was spot on. And she spoke about Katie's reaction. And she said Chris was right there because he saw the red. We all know what Katie does when she gets nervous. She can't help it. It comes out. Aw, thank you, Holly, for your $4.99 super sticker. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Sometimes I think Chris says things to people to get a rise out of them, for sure. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Aw, thanks, Chuchi. Thank you, guys. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think he wants us to grasp onto some of this stuff, and I think he tells certain people certain things and knows that it's probably gonna get out. The court, yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Seth. Yeah, the courts won't do it because he's missing, and the judge won't even look at the case until the child is found. Yeah, because oh gosh, and the family courts are so bogged down. I mean, I'm not trying to defend them, but I do know that they're not. Yeah, ugh, I know. It's like we really need to find Sebastian. It just comes down to finding him. I watch too much ID when I know I probably shouldn't. Brad, I'm right there with you. But true crime stories are interesting to me just because it's so horrific. Well, and I think a lot of the allure is a mystery, and it's something that we feel like we could probably figure this out, right? Like, again, the biggest thing for me is I know for a fact that these kids did not just disappear. Like Devlin, he didn't just disappear. Why wasn't he on camera? Who picked him up in the car? Is what I keep thinking to myself. Somebody had to have picked that young man up. But then you have these little anomalies in the story where, like in Devlin's case, the last phone ping of his was at 11:30 in the trailer park. Right? So you mean to tell me that the only place he was seen on camera was over at Carl's supermarket? There's a logical explanation and verified explanation why he wasn't caught on camera at Lego Laundry. But other than that, where did he go after that? Because many people would think, okay, well then he got into a car. Somebody, picked him up. That's why he wasn't seen on camera. So did somebody drop him off at the trailer park, right? Because we go where the evidence leads us. We go where the facts lead us. If we truly want to find out what happened. Well, sure, there's a lot of people on here that want to make up little fairy stories, but that's not going to help find Sebastian. That's not going to help find Devlin. That's not going to help solve the case. We solve cases based on, and so does the investigation discovery, shows on where the evidence leads. We can theorize and think all we want that somebody's involved or we think we know what happened, but only one little piece of evidence has to exist and come into play that can just blow up a theory. Right? So, if I think that, for instance, if I think that in Devlin's case, that his sister Tamara had something to do with it because they were fighting back and forth before he went missing, all I would need is a little bit of proof to pull me in a different direction completely. And that's what we have to rely on. We have to rely on the clues and following that. But they have to be factual. Otherwise, we're barking up the wrong tree. So, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think that the big allure for me is really solving these things, especially when it defies logic. Then we get interested, right? Then we're like, wait a minute, something isn't right here. And again, a lot of it has to do with sometimes the victims just steal our hearts, right? And we're thinking, how could this just happen to an autistic child? Why are people taking autistic children? Because when I heard of Devlin's situation, I'm like, oh my gosh, Devlin has a chromosome deletion. Devlin has autism. Why are they taking our autistic teenagers? Who's taking them? Why? Right? These are all valid questions. And when we start asking questions, we might find answers. But again, we always have to follow the clues, the facts, the evidence, what we know to be true until something else comes into play, right? Because if I was, for instance, in Devlin's case, if all of a sudden there was some clothing of Devlin's found in foreign DNA that didn't match any of his family members, then, I would totally rule out his sister Tammy if I thought she had something to do with it. Hypothetically, Tam, if you're listening, I'm just saying that would be the one little piece that I would need to completely put me on another path. So, thanks, Brad. It's just unfair, Detroit. I know. It's maddening. It's enough to drive somebody bananas. The laws need to a complete overhaul when it comes to children. It's a crying shame. Well, just the way that they handled Sebastian's disappearance in the beginning. So that's my opinion too. Yeah, this was the newest interview. Thanks. She did this while we were at the Gathering of Voices. Yeah. Yep. She sure did. Hey, Debbie says, what? Good to see you. I sure hope not. Oh gosh, Seth. We need to put the pressure on now though, because we did a great job at the gathering. We got our message across. We held ourselves as peaceful demonstrators, rallying, supporting, advocating. And I think now is the time to go back and really examine the year before, year and a half before, and then the last couple months are key, in my opinion. Something really shifted. Something had to have shifted, in my opinion, from what I know now.
There.
My name is Julie, and I live in Sheepshead Bay. Last chance 6.
And then the interviewer puts the big question to her, and her answer here, makes me interested. And you and your husband had nothing to do, starts the interviewer, and Katie interrupts and says, no. Before she's even heard the question, she has decided that she is going to give the answer. Now, sometimes people who are desperate to answer a question will interrupt without listening to the full question. And therefore, that means that what they're saying is more of an automatic response rather than a natural response, rather than letting the whole question sit and come out and then answering the question and dealing with the words that they've heard. This is an automatic response that she cannot wait to get out, so desperate to say no to this that she interrupts halfway through. You and your husband had nothing.
Okay, really quick, guys, I just want to reiterate that that's why I believe that Katie already knew the questions she was going to be asked, right? Also, she was very quick, right, to even answer right away. And I think we talked about that a little bit, Detroit. I think we did when we did the review. And maybe then again when we talked about it from Deception Detective's point of view. And yes, Holly, to the best of my knowledge, I think she's doing well. I check on her through other avenues, and I just make sure she's okay, because I still care for her a great deal. I just can't be on board with the things that she chooses, right? Because I can't co-sign on that. Debbie, hey, I agree with Snippy Mood's girlfriend. You should have caught me the other day. You'd have been like, oh, Lady Freedom's on one today. But a lot of stuff, and just life in general can put us in a snippy mindset. I think the governor's office is a good one. I also think it would be valuable to start spreading more awareness at these schools. I don't know. There's just something with CPS, something with the schools. I just, that's one thing that's very glaring. And again, I have multiple theories. Not to say I think there's like 10 different theories that I think could work. No, I try to work these theories all the way through. And I really try to encourage everyone to do that. If you think Sebastian did A, B, and C, then please work that all the way through and make sure it all works. Because if it doesn't, then that's a hole in your theory. That means that theory is not right, Oh no, poor Lolly. Oh gosh, Kiki. Oh no. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you. And these people can be. Again, that's why I just encourage people to do their own research. Don't feel what other people are feeling. If somebody says that they don't like someone, go find them on YouTube. You can at somebody's name, you know. Um, I have to go look at that post, Kiki. God. But yeah, if somebody says something, guys, go check it out. Ask for a timestamp. Say I need a receipt on that. Okay, I need a receipt, please, because you're not going to stir the shit pot without producing a receipt first. That's my motto lately. And if somebody says, "Well, I don't like so and so, she's horrible," I go over and watch her for myself and make my own opinion. Either that or, I just don't have time, I don't care, right? And I let it roll off. But I mean, most of the time if someone's, "Oh my God, this person's terrible," I mean, go form your own opinion. There's a lot of flat out hatred. And I think it's from jealous people who are just, too fat and lazy to get up and do anything. They don't want to get up and actually do anything. They want to sit there in their miserable little world behind their miserable little keyboard and their miserable little existence and just outright lie on people. So I don't let that happen, because the minute I see that shit, I'm telling, I'm a Karen. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, especially if it's somebody that I know wouldn't say something like that ever. And so yeah, this is the question, guys. And you and your husband has nothing to do. Holly didn't get a chance to get the full question out because she was going to say with his disappearance, talking about Sebastian's disappearance. So the question would have been, and you and your husband had nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Katie only let her get out, and you and your husband had nothing to do. Katie says no. She finishes the question with his disappearance, and then Katie goes on.
To do no with his disappearance, and she deals with it again, and she says, "No, we did not." Now, we do have a no there. It's a yes/no question, and she does say no. But also we have we did not we didn't. And if you listen to Katie talking, go back and listen to that part again, and you'll hear her use words like doesn't and so on. But here we have did not, which is the more formal term. Sometimes when people are lying, they will stop those contracted words like didn't, don't, wouldn't, and say the more formal term, do not, did not, would not, should not, because they think it makes them sound more serious, more believable, and more credible. Is that what?
Boom. Dost thou protest too much, Katie? And again, I do have to say that I think it is so incredibly important to remember our conversation when Susan Constantine brought this concept up, right? When most of the time when people are being dishonest, they will say did not instead of no, I didn't, right? No, we didn't. And again, he is comparing it against what Katie has, her baseline is, what she's been saying throughout the interview, but then as it pertains to this question particularly, and this is where it sets things apart, because a lot of people will say, well, Lady Freedom, I say that when I'm really trying to convince somebody, or I really did not do anything, right? But then again, we have to look at that baseline and the context. And this is like, I mean, obviously, deja vu moment, but I mean, these are the things that have been studied, researched, and that are applied to these type of body language or linguistics experts and how they analyze these interviews. It's textbook. It's just like the liars are textbook, so are the methods of figuring out whether they're lying or not. So good night, Marion. Have a great night. Thank you for being here. All right, let's move on.
What's going on here? Is that why she is using those more formal words? So in that section there is a real lack of solid denial to the accusations that are being put to her that she is involved in some way with Sebastian's disappearance. She just can't say straightforwardly no. And vigilante justice, boy, that stood out for me. Now, I talked about people having prepared automated answers ready. We're about to hear one here, because I think what happens, she's asked a question and she answers a completely different question. I think she uses an answer that she'd prepared ahead of this interview. It's completely the wrong place to use it, but I think that's what's going on here. Just have a listen.
What would you say to him if he were to walk through that door?
I would tell him that we love you I would tell him that we miss you so very much. I would tell him to stay strong. I would tell him to hang in there, and that if he ever had the opportunity to reach out and get a safe adult and, call 911 if you have to, that we're looking and we're never going to stop looking, and that I pray that he's okay, and that everyone at home loves you, Sebastian, and everyone wants you to come home, and we're here.
What would you say to him if you were to walk through that door, is the question she was asked at the start there. And it sounds to me like she doesn't answer that question. She says the answer to the question instead, something like, what would you say if he's watching this, which is one of the tropes of the interviews of those close to missing people. If Sebastian can see this right now, what would you say to him? And it's as if she's got an answer prepared for that question, which is not a bad thing to do. It's a likely question. However,
but I also think she was, given these questions, because again, we've talked to our friend Jana. She tells us how these interviews go, and they do know what they're going to be asked, especially when it's a sit-down interview like this. It's a formal interview, especially when they have a lawyer, especially when they have Chris coughing in the background. Holly, this reminds me of when Pascal said that Katie was doing her best Meryl Streep performance, right? I love when he said that. When he said that, I was like, oh my gosh, that's spot on. Because I don't think she has any idea how to be a loving mother. I don't even think she can act it out. I mean, she's terribly I'll just say she's terrible at lying. She's terrible at acting out. She's terrible at feigning emotion. She doesn't even try. Right, just very cold, dissociated, disconnected, distanced from the situation. And she is in the situation. She's been going through the situation for 2 years at this point. So I think it's spot on. And she doesn't answer it. She doesn't answer these questions as they're being asked. That's not the question that I asked you. But it's hard because it's not like Holly can really say that to her, right? She has to be, great minds do think alike. Exactly, Kylie Ray. Yeah. And it could have been edited as well. Brenda, that's another big thing that we have to consider. Because that's only, well, for one, it's only fair, but that's the reality of the situation, right? Because they're making it for TV. They're making it for viewers. They're making this interview in order to make it digestible to their viewers, and also a lot for the time that they're given, that sort of thing. So yeah, exactly. She doesn't answer the question because it was rehearsed and she went off script, cough, cough, right? And then Chris is right there to remind her, right there. So
it doesn't answer the question she was actually asked, which was, what would you say to him if you were to walk through that door? We miss you so much. I would stay strong. Well, those are not things you would say if Sebastian came back through the door, are they? So she's not certainly prepared an answer to the question, what would you say if Sebastian came back? Which might be quite telling. Anyway, Katie's answer to the question, such as it is I would tell him that we love you. I would tell him that we love you. Who's we again? Is it the family? Well, we'll come on to that a little bit later on. But saying to Sebastian that everyone loves you is another repeated theme through this interview and through other interviews I've seen from Katie, which makes me think was there some issue before Sebastian disappeared about him not feeling loved or even him not being loved, because that's why, and is that why she has to keep reinforcing that Sebastian is loved. I would tell him that we love you, not I would tell him I love you. I would tell him that we miss you so very much. I would tell him to stay strong, is this strange answer. I would tell him to hang in there. And if he ever had the opportunity to reach out and get a safe adult and, call 911 if you have to. So again, this just makes no sense if he's just walked through the door. It's the answer to a completely different question that she hasn't been asked. I would...
Okay, great. So again, this is, something that we've all pointed out. I believe the first time I saw someone point this out was hindsight, right? And she's talking about how Katie was not asked this question. She points it out. She did a really great short on it. And then we hear a deception detective again echoing the sentiment. Wait a minute, that wasn't the question that was asked. Katie, hello, right? She's going off on a completely different subject altogether. And she just keeps going on and on and on. So that again shows us, like Detroit is saying, it's a script. And I don't think there's any perfect edit either, Seth. I don't. No. Um, yeah, they do I know they have to cut some things out, but I do think Katie's just rambling on and on. I really do, Brenda. I think she's like rambling on and going off of this, what she in her mind thought maybe she was asked, but also it could have been where, that was a different question that she already had a programmed response for and it was just flowing out. Um so, because she says, I would tell him to hang in there. So she would say, well, what are you going to say to Sebastian when he comes home? Basically, is the question. I would tell him to hang in there, and that if he ever had the opportunity to reach out and get a safe adult, and call 911 if you have to. That we're looking, and we're never going to stop looking. Right. This is what she would tell Sebastian had she had the opportunity to tell him something if he's listening, type of a thing. And again, I have to point out that when I see it in word form like this is great, because when I see it here, you can see how many times Katie is stumbling and stuttering. Last time I checked, she does not have a stutter. Last time I checked, she doesn't stumble. But here she is majorly, and this is over and over throughout the interview. Each piece has brought in some call 911, so that's interesting, in my opinion. It really is. um I know she doesn't cry out for him. um oh, because he was at the gathering of voices. Debbie says, why are they not why aren't they interviewing Seth? But he did do an interview. It just wasn't a formal. The thing is that Seth doesn't have to follow a script. That's my opinion. So they came out to the gathering of voices, and they had a microphone, a tripod, and he was speaking to the camera. Katie, she has to have, all the airs about herself and sit down, and Holly Thompson has to be wearing a dress, and, the whole 9 yards. They have to have it in studio, or maybe even over Zoom. So, right. Yeah, she thinks if she keeps talking, but she thinks she's doing good. That's the most horrible part about many of these people that we review in true crime, because they think they're doing good, and they just keep talking, and they think they're going to get it right. Yeah. So, I mean, very awkward, but across the board, people are saying, hey, Katie, you didn't answer that question. That was not what was asked. Katie, but yeah, thanks, Seth. Seth says I did one at the Gathering of Voices. Yeah, well, I mean, and that's absolutely true. Call 911 if you have to. It makes me frustrated at the very least. Well, it's the wording, right? Call 911 if you have to. Also, annoying a bit, right? Is because they didn't even call 911. But I think she's mirroring a lot of what you have said when asked the appropriate question of what do you want Sebastian to know? Again, just going off of that mental checklist that she thinks people want to hear, saying what we want to hear, what she thinks is going to be appropriate, and there shouldn't have to be any of that, in my opinion. Hey, Ravioli, you're right. They think that they are the smartest in the room. They think they can get over on everyone. That's why that Duper's delight, you can see it, just like that grin come across someone's face who's trying to get over on someone else. It's an insult to all of our intelligence. It really is. So, Yeah, Seth has given many impromptu interviews, no script needed. Exactly. Exactly. Um, and it's easy to say the right thing when you don't have to try. You know, it's easy to be relatable when you're not trying to come up with something that you think people want to hear. Seth is genuine. He's coming from the heart. That's what's completely different. Um, so in my opinion, she really doesn't sound grieved. She's a poor spokeswoman for Sebastian, right? She's a poor spokeswoman for herself. And again, them doing what they think is the right thing to do is keeping Chris behind the scenes because everybody's triggered by him. No one likes him. He's a step monster. He's a step foot. Um, right. And then she goes on to say, and then I pray that he's okay and that everyone at home loves you, Sebastian, and everyone wants you to come home. And we're here. I mean, that's struggling, guys. That's more of that's not a snuggle struggle. That's just a fucking struggle. Okay. She's going, everyone, we're home. I mean, come on. It's like to see it in this form right here, just seeing her words in black and white and red, bolded, orange, whatever. It puts it into perspective for me. Looking at this, I'm going, oh wow, she's really stammering and stuttering around this and struggling, and she shouldn't be. It should be flowing out. Sebastian, mommy loves you. Maybe not mommy because he's not little, but mama loves you. I mean, I know we all call, I don't know. As as teenagers get older, they might call you mother. I've gotten that one before. But it's so whatever. But whatever endearing term that you can think of. And she's always like, I want my baby back. Well, maybe you would think that she might use maybe mama or mommy, right? I love you, Sebastian. It's not genuine. We love you, I love you, we love you, everyone loves you. I mean, everyone who? Where are his grandparents on that side of the family? Oh yeah, your mom's an RSO and you have Cruella as a mother-in-law. Gotcha. Check mark. I mean, so who's we? You know? There should be a limit to the fake it till you make it, and here it is. Yeah, she's been faking it. All right. I don't know how much she's been making it though. Because I really don't think that. I just don't think people believe her. Across the board, there are people that are on here that do, but that's just because they don't have friends and they don't have real life and that sort of thing, that they're afraid to speak out because they don't want to get shunned from a community. That's my opinion, because that's what I've seen across the board. I mean, heaven forbid you voice an opinion that isn't popular. If you're making a valid point, that's all different. But if you're just trolling and then you're making up lies, again, that's not facts. That's not following the facts. So, well, and that's it. That's it, Brenda. Um, because it's genuine and authentic. And authenticity is very easy to spot. And that's why we're all feeling the way that we are, is because of the authenticity factor. So, yeah, I mean, there's no frown lines. There's no, again, when I go to Susan Constantine, when she's talking about the frown lines that are connected, into the muscles in your, lower face, your jawline, around your mouth, none of that is activated when Katie is speaking about a very personal and very emotional and very tough situation. She doesn't care. I mean, it's like looking into a friggin' void. She might as well just be a black hole because there's nothing. I mean, I can't relate to that. It is robotic. Absolutely, Debbie. And I think she has to do that because she's such a bad liar that if she doesn't really focus, I mean, look at how careful she is to either choose her words or she's just stumbling upon what she's trying to recall, in my opinion.
Tell him to get a safe adult, is what she said, which introduces the fact that there were unsafe adults around. And for some reason, she thinks that Sebastian might be in contact with an unsafe adult, or may chance upon an unsafe adult, or that she doesn't trust some of the adults that have been around Sebastian at some time. And that's why in her wording here, a safe adult is needed. Call 911 if you have to, and that we're looking and we're never going to stop looking. So we have, again, this looking for him. Again, he is out there and we're never going to stop looking. Once more, no, we're never going to stop looking until we find you. It's just we are never going to stop looking. So for me, again, these are wordings that make me think that for whatever reason in her head, the chances of seeing Sebastian again are very, very low, if not non-existent. And I pray that he's okay and that everyone at home loves you. Now, this is what she says a lot. Everyone loves you. And I think the need for her to say that suggests to me that before Sebastian went missing, lack of love was a theme around Sebastian. Whether that was real lack of love, like neglect or something like that, or on behalf of I don't know who, whether that was some real issues inside the family with, I don't know, siblings, cousins, grandparents, in-laws, I don't know, but it's as if there was...
Okay, so I do know about this. And we do know, many of us here, right, in this community here, Lady Freedoms, we know that there were 5 CPS reports, still 1 open. This guy seems to know a little bit about the case, but not more in depth with it. And he's spot on somehow, right? Where he's like, there's a lack of love. He's spotting this without knowing what we know. Again, it's simple. It's crystal clear. Crystal clear. To even someone who's just looking at this case, just by maybe just the interviews. I wonder if he's heard Smiley's interview. I wonder if he's heard Duchess's interview. I wonder how many interviews he's analyzed. Because for him to come up with that, I mean, I had to go into Kathy Bowersox's Facebook and look to see if she had pictures up of Sebastian, which she didn't. I had to go into her Facebook to see what kind of a, grandma she was. She wasn't. She went to Disney and didn't take Sebastian. So in my opinion, that speaks volumes. I had to do extra research to come up with that, right? We also know that there was abuse. Forget about what the CPS reports say, because we don't know that, and we probably never will unless this goes to trial, right? But not to get too ahead of ourselves, we need to find Sebastian. But him pointing out this lack of love from somewhere, it was from everywhere. He couldn't have the type of love that he needed from a maternal grandma, because his maternal grandma is a Chester cheetah. His maternal grandma cannot be alone with him. She can't take him to McDonald's. She can't take him to the zoo. She can't take him to the planetarium or the oceanarium or whatever museum, because she's a predator. And then Chris's mom is cold. I mean, talk about cold. She's ice cold. She didn't do none of that stuff with Sebastian. They always portray Terry Bowersox doing things with him. That's where the extra malt came in. Or, oh, he can beat an adult at chess. I believe they were referring to Terry Bowersox. Right? But then we also hear that Terry Bowersox was going into work, and according to his coworker who heard him, he was saying horrible things about Sebastian daily. Horrible things about his wife daily, his family. Only caring about what Mr. Little Chrissy Poo, Little Pissy Pants wanted and needed. Talking about anybody that was in a relationship with Chris that didn't want to be anymore, was retaliated against. We're dealing with the scum and the scourge of the earth. And for her to continue on with everyone, we all know that's bullshit. Because not one of them has come out and publicly pled for this child. They took the magnets off of their vehicles. All of them did. Kathy, Terry, Chris, and Katie. Let's not get started on Aunt Melissa. It wasn't only a lack of love, it was outright abuse of the cruelest kind, in my opinion. How do you take part of your grandchildren on a trip to Disney and leave even one of the children out of that? That tells me that they are sick, in my opinion. That is so mean, in my opinion. Cruel. You don't ever do that to a child. There's a lack of love in the world these days in general, isn't there? But you should be able to lean on your family, and it seems like he was very close to Robin, to his grandma Robin. It seems like he had a great relationship with his namesake, his grandpa. It sounds like he had a lovely relationship with his little sister when they weren't trying to, again, put their perverted ways into it. Theirs, not Sebastian's, theirs, in my opinion. I just pray every day, Ravioli. I do too. I'm praying with you. I'm just praying that this madness comes to an end, because I can agree with one thing that Katie says, is that Sebastian doesn't deserve this. There I can agree. Oh, it's super spiteful, Kylie, and she doesn't even have any pictures of any, there's no pictures of Sunday dinner. Miss Moneybags over there has a big old house and the big old table. How come there's no pictures of Sunday dinner, of holidays, of any of that? She had nothing like that. Kathy cares about Kathy, in my opinion. And Cruella DeVille fits.
Some issue there, and she feels the need to say, look, it was just a small issue. Everyone at home loves you, and it's everyone at home loves you. It's not everyone just in that sense of you are loved by everyone. Everyone at home loves you, Sebastian, and everyone wants you to come home. Did someone in the whole family unit, or at home, in her words, not love Sebastian, or did Sebastian not feel loved by everyone before he went missing? I think that's really, really possible. And we're here, is what she said. So here, evidence of a prepared answer. So she really has thought.
Oh, and I also want to point to what we just said, what we just heard from Seth yesterday when he was talking to Nancy Grace, that he was, that Sebastian was telling him that he just didn't want to go back. Right? That was an indication, but sometimes kids will say those things. Sometimes older kids will play their parents off of each other because they know they can. Sometimes little ones do it too. Right? So that's just something kids do. But again, there was a time where he said that I don't think that Mom and Mr. Chris like me very much. So this guy is spot on. Oh, I agree, Holly. Jilly says, hey, Jilly, good to see you. Oh no, maybe you have to go to the top chat, Ravioli. I know sometimes it does that. Yeah. Ugh. So really quick, I'm just going to read these off since I paused it too quickly in between. So he's saying here he sees evidence of a prepared answer, which is like spot on, right? Scripted. Basically a regurgitated response. Let's see. Repetition of the quote, never going to stop idea, right? She continues to reiterate that. And then, even though she's never started, in my opinion, I just can't help myself, guys. I'm sorry. And then number 3 would be hints that everyone may be connected to the disappearance. Wow, this guy is really spot on.
Hard about some of the things that she's going to say in this interview. The repetition of the never going to stop idea is there again. I think really low confidence of ever seeing the guy again. And the hints here for me that everyone may be connected to the disappearance. Someone within this group of everyone at home is connected to the disappearance in some way. We are going to hear more from Katie Proudfoot's new interview very shortly. Now, if this kind of breakdown is useful to you, make sure you're subscribed to this channel, because what I teach here is not just about one video, one phrase, one technique that people use. It's a skill. And the more you're exposed to listening to these patterns, the more naturally you'll start to hear them in your real life. People say after a while, they cannot unhear the stuff they learn here. Conversations start to sound different to people, messages, emails, and so on. They read differently. And most importantly, you'll notice things earlier. And that can change.
Okay, so I want to just say that I think that we need to put some of these interviews in black and white. That's going to take a little while. No, I'm just kidding. They're in the transcript, so that wouldn't be a hard task. But I do think that that's important visually, and it's probably because I'm a visual person, visual learner. But I think that could really help put things into perspective, especially when we add in these little pauses, these uhs, seeing her struggling in black and white. Because again, it's not because, in my opinion, she's grieving, she's bereft, she's at her wit's end. I think it's more of that she's trying not to create more chatter around her bad behavior or her bad lying or her bad regurgitation of the same thing over and over and over again. I didn't know that this was going to be a part 2, so we probably won't listen to this whole video. Good night, Chuchi, sweet dreams. Thanks for being here. So yeah, let me just go ahead and see what the rest of this is, because I think there's 45 minutes, but it might be another topic.
Change how you respond. And if you want to help spread the word here, liking this video, sharing it with other people who are interested in Sebastian's story really does matter. It tells the platform that this kind of content is worth sharing to more people, and it helps get these ideas in front of more people who genuinely need them.
Nightcrawler lets you snag great last-minute deals on hotels for when your sleeping arrangements.
Let's go back to the interview with Katie Proudfoot now. And it's the second anniversary, around the second anniversary of Sebastian's disappearance when she was being interviewed. And is this an answer with any kind of commitment to it?
It's now two years this week since Sebastian's disappearance. What feels different about this anniversary than the first?
Well, first, I don't particularly consider it more of an anniversary, because in my mind, an anniversary is something worth celebrating, and this is anything but that. Truthfully, every day hurts the same. I mean, it doesn't get any better. I know that there are many people out there that are still helping to share his flyer and whatnot. We continue to ask people to do that. We continue to ask people to just stay aware, keep aware of your surroundings, that type of thing. But as far as different, it's the same. It's the same pain. It's the same absence.
Yeah. What feels different about this anniversary than the first? Katie says, well, first, I don't particularly consider it more of an anniversary, because in my mind, an anniversary is something that's worth celebrating, and this is anything but that. And just very interesting that when she's asked, how does this 2-year anniversary of the disappearance of your son feel? Her mind goes to celebrating first. She says it's not more about celebrating, but she doesn't frame it as in, it's not very happy for me. She talks about celebrating first, which is a strange way to go. The first things we mentioned, they're the things in our head. Even if we tell you something is not happening, like, you know, the person that says, I'm not angry, when they are angry. That's like the person that would go, I'm calm. They are calm. But the person who says, I'm not angry, they are angry and not worth celebrating. Celebrating was the first concept that came to her mind when asked this question. interesting to me. This is anything but that. Truthfully, every day hurts the same.
Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and rewind this. Linda, I agree. He is fascinating. I love his perspective. It's fresh, something that, some of the concepts we have not talked about yet. So I love it. Also, I want to stop there because, again, with us being more in depth into this case, we all know that that's what's being talked about online before the 2-year mark, the 2-year milestone, the 2-year anniversary, the 2-year whatever, right? We've come up with other words because, again, anniversary sounds like something that you celebrate if you're going to be married. We've all said that, I think, on all of our platforms at one point or another. And Katie and Chris, I do want to reiterate, they spend all their time trolling through YouTube. Crispy, Katie, right? Their little friend. So yeah, that's what they do. They watch what we say and they try to craft out the responses so that way they don't have the crap. 2 years is way too long, Seth. And I think that they have more to go on, that they could really, if they really put the pressure on, it's not hard. Look at how she cracks with Miss Pollyanna, in my opinion, Holly Thompson, right? She can't even keep her shit straight. What if we put pressure on her? Her face will get red. She'll start sweating. She'll start crying. She'll start rocking back and forth. We need to put that pressure on Katie because she's going to talk. If we put that pressure on Chris and make him think that Katie's talking, bingo, in my opinion. But yeah, this is something that, one thing I don't think this gentleman probably knows is that Chris and Katie troll the internet. They watch everybody and then they take notes and come up with programmed and responses that they think that we want to hear. So that's just one thing that I wanted to add in there, even though I know his opinion is going to be a little bit different.
Celebrating was the first concept that came to her mind when asked this question. It's interesting to me. This is anything but that. Truthfully, every day hurts the same. Truthfully, again, she is trying to persuade us that she's being honest for some reason. I mean, it doesn't get any better. And again, the focus is on getting better, not getting worse or being horrible or anything like that. So as much as she wants to give the impression this is a downbeat answer, she's talked about celebrating and she's talked about getting better. I know there are still many people out there that are still helping share his flyer and whatnot. And I asked you, was this a committed answer? So thank you to all those people who are still working 2 years on to try and find Sebastian and raise awareness so that Sebastian can be found. They are, in Katie's words, sharing his flyer and whatnot. That doesn't sound that great. It doesn't sound that committed to the work that they're doing. And we continue to ask people to do that. So if you are, please continue doing whatnot. We continue to ask people to, and she has to, because she's not entirely sure what she's continuing to ask people to do. She has to go and find the words from somewhere, hence why she pauses and does that. So all these efforts to find Sebastian, they seem to be like something she has to dredge up from like the very recesses of her mind. So we continue to ask people to just stay aware of what? Keep aware of your surroundings. Why? That type of thing. So there you go. You're doing whatnot and you're doing that type of thing. If you are out there still helping to share his flyer and whatnot and doing that type of thing. Now I get what she wants to say is stay aware. Keep his memory there, keep his image there so that if you do see him, you may recognize him. Keep aware of your surroundings because one day you might see him. That's the impression that she wants to get, but she doesn't have the words to say that. All you got to do is whatnot. Just stay aware of something and aware of your surroundings, that type of thing. She's not very committed to that search effort whatsoever. But as far as different, it's the same. It's the same pain. It's the same absence. And it drifts away massively there. It really, really does, as if she just runs out of steam in talking about this in any way whatsoever. So in that answer, she is not solid at all on what others can do. It seems to be a very distant, remote thought somewhere way over there that she has to go and drag from the recesses of her mind to find the words to talk about it. And as well, her concern is for herself, not Sebastian. Did you notice in all of that? It was how hard it was for her and not the guy who maybe abducted, has run away and is living homeless. Like no concern whatsoever for Sebastian there on the second anniversary there. Now, more patterns.
Okay, really quick, I just want to reiterate what he's seeing here is not very solid on what others can do to help, right? Because Katie's not trying. She doesn't care. She could care less if we're out there searching, if we're not, in my opinion. And another thing that he sees here is the concern for herself, not Sebastian. Now, that has been across the board. Everyone has said that. It doesn't take an expert to see it. And yes, Anna, thank you for opening that conversation. I just say it like I think that everybody knows, like what I'm talking about. Which he says it perfectly here. A Pollyanna is a person characterized by excessive blind or impressionable optimism, right? So like they're wearing rose-colored glasses 24/7. They can't see any bad in the world, but really it's somebody who loves to stick their head in the sand and act like it's not happening. They're right there to lift the carpet or the rug up so you could sweep it all underneath, and then they pat it back down and act like it's not there. That's why they're so annoying. Often finding good in every situation, regardless of how dire it is. And that's the key. Regardless of how dire it is, they will always try to say, oh, well, at least we didn't die. It's okay. We're still here, kind of thing. But then I just really quickly Googled it, and it does say an excessively cheerful or optimistic person. What I'm saying makes me sound like some Pollyanna who's just wants to pretend that all is sweetness and light. So thank you, Witchy. You were way faster than Google. Next time I'm going to say, all right. Oh, Google AI. Okay. I was going to say, ask Witchy, y'all. Ask Witchy. He's really good, Holly. I love how he breaks it down here. And I think it's really great because I'm like very visual. So when he's breaking it down, I'm like, oh, this is great. Oh yeah, absolutely, Anna. And you know who I heard the Pollyanna from was when I was learning about narcissists, right? Because there's enablers that come along with narcissists, and there's flying monkeys, but then there's also these Pollyannas, and that's why I call Holly Thompson a Pollyanna, because she's just allowing for the proud feet and their less than honest or forthright responses. I mean, I can't believe she didn't ask what Sebastian's color, favorite color was, right? And we often do that, and that's only to represent the person and show love in the chat. But I mean, it's also been used several times to divert away from what really happened to Sebastian, or really get down to the meat and potatoes of the story in order for us to find the facts to lead us to where we need to be. In my opinion. Yeah. Right? She says, I'm going to use it from now on. I hope it catches on in good old Blighty. Right? Well, yeah. And my favorite person who uses it is Dr. Ramani. She has so many videos that explain the Pollyannas of the world and how they're very detrimental. And you just don't want to be like that most negative Nancy, right? Or Karen, but you also don't want to be a Pollyanna. So it's like the opposite ends of the spectrum. It's always good to look at a situation for what it is and stay in reality. And in my opinion, the Pollyannas are in anything but, I mean, they're in their own reality, maybe, but definitely not one that works, and especially not in true crime. Because a Pollyanna would be like, well, that's just a coincidence. It's okay. My flying monkeys are stuffed and hanging up on a wall. I have a flying monkey custom emoji in there, guys. And it's the, well, I think I still have one. I think I have a, yeah, here we go. This is the flying monkey socks, is what I call the Bauer socks, right? Because they're all flying monkeys for Mr. Foot. So we used to call them gargoyles. Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's because of the Wizard of Oz is I think where they got that from, because the Wicked Witch has her little flying monkeys that do her dirty work for her, and they're happy to do it. They're like, "Yay, we're gonna go, screw somebody up." But yeah, Dr. Romani, I'll have to drop the link for you guys. I'll grab it.
For us to keep watching for here. We have hope, but also, do we have concern in this next part?
Describe what it's like to live with so much uncertainty, trying to figure out where he is, if he's okay.
Awful. It's horrible, honestly. I don't have a way of knowing if he is okay, of knowing if Sebastian is safe, of if he's being cared for, and where he is. And it's something that I don't think that I will ever be okay or be used to until we get answers, until we find him, because that, the best way I can describe it is a gaping hole in my heart and in my home and in my family.
In your mama's heart, do you see him coming home? He's okay, he's alive, he's returning?
I do. And that honestly keeps me going every day. The thought of knowing that my son is out there somewhere, and that none of us are going to stop searching until we find him and bring him home. But the thing that really and truly keeps me going every day is knowing that one day we are going to find Sebastian, and we're going to bring him home one way or another.
Describe what it's like to live with so much uncertainty, trying to figure out where he is, if he's okay. Strange answer coming up once more. Katie says, awful. It's horrible, honestly. We have another flag of her saying, I'm being honest here. I don't have a way of knowing if he's okay, of knowing if Sebastian is safe, if he's being cared for, and where he is. Now, you might think this is a concern, Mom, but who is the concern for here? Is it concern for Sebastian, or is it the concern for her? Because in her words, it's her. It's horrible because she has no way of knowing if he's okay, or if he's safe, or if he's being cared for, or where he is. Because she could have said this without this strange way of knowing in the middle of it. I don't know if he's safe, if he's being cared for, where he is. I worry terribly about Sebastian as a person. But no, her concern is for herself, because she has no way of knowing these things. It's a strange way of answering. It's very distant. The concern for Sebastian is not there whatsoever. What is bad for her is she has no way of knowing about these things. And it's something that I don't think I will ever be okay or used to until we get answers, until we find him. Answers comes before find him. You notice there, the thing we say first when we do a list tends to be the priority, the thing that just shoots off the top of our mind because it's really easy and it's right up there at the top of our mind. And then there are lower priorities, are things that come later out of our mind. So getting answers first until we find him. And we have that thought again that he's going to be found, not that he's going to come home under his own steam. Because that, the best way I can describe it, is a gaping hole in my heart, in my home, and in my family. In your mama's heart, do you see him coming home, that he's okay, that he's alive, he's returning? I do, says Katie. And that honestly keeps me going every day. Again, flagging up the honesty. Why the need to tell us when she is being honest? Why not just be honest and just let the words talk for themselves? The thought of knowing that my son is out there somewhere. Now, the thought of knowing that my son is out there somewhere, not knowing that my son is out there, but the thought of it, of my son is out there somewhere, and that none of us are going to stop searching until we find him and bring him home. Now, this is such slightly different that finally the search will never stop and go on until her last breath. This is the one time in that entire interview I could find her saying that we will stop searching when we find him. But again, it is find him. Now, let's just look at the contradiction that is there. Because at the very beginning there, she said, I don't have a way of knowing if he's okay, knowing he's safe, if he's being cared for, where he is. But then when she is asked, do you think he's alive? She says, I do. And that keeps me going. I know that he's out there somewhere. We will bring him home. 15 minutes ago, she didn't know anything, but now she's knowing that my son is out there somewhere. So we've got a bit of a contradiction there of her saying, I don't know anything and it's horrible. And also, I do know that he's out there somewhere, and that keeps me going.
Right, Holly. And look at that. It's wild. 15 seconds. 15 seconds ago, and that's the major contradictions we've seen with Katie. And that's when we can tell that someone is not being honest. Either you don't know what happened, or you did, or you have an intuition about it, right? I mean, but it's not everything is true at the same time. She doesn't know what to say. It's like she's covering all bases. And I also, again, you don't live, Seth says. Nothing is sure. You start to question and doubt everything and everyone you come into contact with. Just my opinion. Yeah, because you don't know who's honestly there to help or what they can do. You just want your child to be found. There's just one thing that you need. And I can't imagine how scary it would have to be. It would scare the shit out of me too. Seth says, I don't know what Sebastian is going through, and that scares the shit out of me. I mean, it would me too. It does me if I think about, well, where is Sebastian? Where could he be? Right? If we're thinking about the schools, could he be scared? Could he be thinking his parents, don't care for him anymore? I mean, there's so many things that could be going on, and it is scary and it's sad because, again, Sebastian doesn't deserve this. He's an innocent child in the situation at 15. All of a sudden, where did he go? And I also, this is the trifecta right here, guys. Enablers, flying monkeys, and Pollyannas right here. Dr. Romani, and then this is Pollyannas explained by Dr. Romani. Great channel. All there is to know about narcissists from a clinical doctor. And just kind of really helps us kind of navigate different personality types and enablers to the narcissist. They have people that are free to do the dirty work. And, again, that's what we were talking about earlier with these creators who are convincing and smearing other people instead of the people taking the time to look out for themselves. They're listening, and they're the flying monkeys, right? Because they're doing everything at the whim of these narcissists. So valuable. We should probably do a series on narcissism. Linda says, I checked out the trifecta real quick. I got out real fast because I don't know if it was contagious. Oh no. I wasn't about to stick around to find out. Oh my goodness, Linda, that's a good one. Yeah, and I mean, I think that it's just important to kind of identify those personality types, because that'll tell you, what their motive is behind. I always like to look at human behavior. It's always been fascinating to me. So, when I found out that, my daughter's father was diagnosed with narcissism and antisocial personality disorder, forced me to really deep dive into it and understand it. And once I did that, it took a lot of the pressure off of the things that I was blaming myself for, but it also gave me a deeper understanding. And one thing I would just urge people, once you do that, don't let the narcissist fool you. Don't feel sorry for them, because it is something that is a mental illness, a personality disorder, in my opinion. And but don't let that make you feel sorry for them, because that's the tricky part. These are the most damaged, hurt individuals that you will ever meet is a narcissist. Something happened to them to change, because I don't believe we're born evil, but I believe narcissists are evil. I believe they're cold, they're calculated, they know exactly what they're doing. They're highly manipulative, charming. So what did those two tell my son that would make him think I am okay with not talking to and seeing him? I mean, that's what I wonder about that too, Seth. That's what really breaks my heart if I think about, is there a brainwashing element to the fact that Sebastian hasn't reached out? Because we do see that in other cases, and then just trying to apply that and seeing if it fits. Okay, no. Does it? Yes. Here it might. If this could be an option, if this could be what's going on here. but I mean, I don't know because again, I think that Sebastian's a very strong-willed person. I think he was starting to see a lot of things and he was processing through a lot of things. Um, and understanding that there was something not right, right? He's feeling comfortable one place, he's not the other. Something was off. He was using his intuition. Um, but I don't know what they could have said because I just think that you guys had such a close relationship. Like, I know that you instilled in Sebastian your care and love for him. And so, but I have seen cases where the manipulation, the brainwashing works. And under those circumstances, it's horrible circumstances that they would be putting Sebastian through. That's why I'm saying, 2 years, too long. Justice would need to be served at this point, no matter what. And I've been thinking that, even a year after Sebastian went missing, I'm like, I mean, justice has to be served. Because I thought to myself, am I being too over dramatic when I'm saying justice for Sebastian? No, I'm not, because if he's gone 2 months from his family, he needs justice. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 2 years. I mean, Sebastian deserves justice, in my opinion. So and they would have to be telling him horrible things or making him believe, or there might be an element of fear. I look at the Cleveland 3 case, and that's another thing that I've been working on for you guys to put together. Because that's what this guy was spending a lot of his time telling these girls. Your family doesn't love you, especially the one girl who her mother was not looking for her. That's what he said. He said, "Look, your mother doesn't care." All a kidnapper would have to do, Katie, if you're listening, all a kidnapper would have to do is show you on a panel acting the way that you have, Mr. Chris acting the way that you have. All they would have to do is show Sebastian that. Talk about what we're saying. That's a detriment to what Sebastian is seeing. They would have to take a small clip and show it to him and say, your mom's not looking for you. Your stepdad doesn't like you. And I'm not going to continue on. I think you got the general gist. And if you don't, Google it, Katie.
But the thing that really and truly keeps me going every day is knowing that one day we are going to find Sebastian and we're going to bring him home one way or another. So we've got once more this flag of honesty, the thing that really and truly keeps me going. This is the second or third time she's used this really, truly, and honestly ahead of something that is a positive thought. Keeps me going every day is knowing that one day we are going to find Sebastian, and there's the pattern again, and we are going to bring him home. There's the pattern again, and one way or another, that all sounds like it could end up being a bit bleak. So here, we've got those contradictions. So what she's saying to me doesn't feel authentic. It's as if she's like working quite hard on finding the right words. And the focus is on that she doesn't know he's safe. This focuses on her and what she doesn't know, not the fact that Sebastian might not be safe. Now, we've got one more part to listen to from Katie, and it's a classic.
Okay, so this is really interesting that he says that, right? Because, again, it's not believable. Contradictions galore, and it does not feel authentic because it is not authentic. Authenticity is very relatable. That's why when we see Seth and the way that he presents himself and the way that when he's asked a question, it's just a direct answer. It's an authentic response. Katie, her focus is not on what she knows or doesn't know. She's trying to say she doesn't know anything, right? She's trying to overly convince us that she doesn't know. I don't know. But you were the last one with him, Katie, and there's not been very many people that had the balls to say that to Katie, by the way. I was glad to have met one. But there's not been a lot of people. I mean, even Chris, when he was on Queen Bee's panel, challenged the caller after she was booed off, right? And, made to leave because she asked, "Where's Sebastian?" She didn't direct it at Katie. She didn't direct it at Chris, but she's saying, why aren't you asking about Sebastian? Why aren't we talking about where he is or where he could be? And they got upset. And then when she got off the panel, Chris is like, well, how come you just don't flat out ask, where's Sebastian, Katie? And he said it all like creepy. Yeah, I'll never forget that. Katie's trying to convince us that she doesn't know. And that's why the focus is there. Right? That's why she's doing that. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a cause to side eye hard, right? I mean, this whole interview was like, but then again, some of it was very deja vu because it sounded like the one year, not the one where she screwed up royally and had to catch herself. That little 6-minute interview, I think it was with Fox. But again, the Holly Thompson interviews. I mean, she might as well just Holly, talk about editing. She could have just edited Katie's last one and put it together differently. Just took Chris out, put a couple coughs in the background, call it good.
Of missing people, because we listen for the tenses with which they refer to the missing person. Don Wells is famous for this. Don Wells even said sometimes, I know I get in a lot of trouble for talking about Summer in the past tense, because he did talk about Summer in the past tense as if Summer was in the past, was not in the present, as if Summer was gone. I've spotted Katie talking in the past tense before, but on this one, the tenses get wild. Have a listen.
Let's remind folks about Sebastian, about who he really is, not just this case, but about him.
Oh, Sebastian is 15 when he went missing, 17 now. But he has just this beautiful smile. I mean, he's just got a big grin, and he's got a goofy sense of humor, and he loves being helpful, and he enjoys playing video games and building things. I think one of the most recent things we did was that crane that I had shown a while back, but we loved making those little projects, like the Lowe's and Home Depot projects and building, and he would always get so excited swinging the hammer, or even so far as building a deck with his stepdad, and being just so proud of himself for those little accomplishments and making something. Typical teenager, though. I mean, he had his days where he was just grumpy and leave me alone and being in his room, but for the most part, he wanted to be a social butterfly. Sometimes he'd struggle making friends with like personal space and things like that. But overall, he is just usually a very happy young man. And
yeah, Katie, what happened to him asking for friends for Christmas and that he wants friends? Now she's just saying that he struggles to find friends, but that's any of us, right? I mean, any of us in our life could be like, especially as you get older, right? You just kind of try to find people that maybe if you have kids, you try to find people with kids and different things like that. When you're younger, it's a lot easier to make friends because you go to school, Anna, you had me cracking up with that side eye. But I mean, yeah, she's singing a different tune, and that's another thing that really, gets the goat of people who have watched her. An Animal, I got you on that too. That's funny. I think I say that more so because I fell for a narcissist, and so did Katie. But they're able to charm people, but not in the way that we would think of like Prince Charming, right? But they do that in the beginning with the love bombing. And so it's I know it's so complex. Like I said, we could do a whole series on narcissists, and I mean there's several different types of them. Oh gosh, we could do a couple of shows on that. So
he loves animals. Cats particularly are his favorite animal in the world. Green is his favorite color, and he loved getting out and doing things with us, going bowling and going out. We used to go hiking a lot, and we'd hike to like when we lived in California, there were waterfalls and whatnot that we used to go hiking to, and he would get so excited at the end. Just we'd make little videos showing how far we'd come and whatnot. But he's a good kid overall.
Right. What did you spot in the tenses there? Because I got a lot.
Okay, guys, I just want to say this is the look. This is the look that she gives. And this is why I mean, I could just do a meme. Pollyanna, with a rainbow over, woo, unicorn flying. This is why I say this about Holly. I'm not trying to be mean or hateful. I'm just saying this is what I see. And there's a term for it, right? Pollyanna. And I agree, Jilly, you can't love a man more than your child, right? Even if the child's father is the man. And that was the hard part for me, because a lot of it was keeping the family together, right? Because we were all a family. I got married in a Catholic church. I don't know if you guys know how that is, but then you also get divorced in regular family court, then you get divorced in Catholic church. It's a double whammy. It's supposed to be for life. So, I worked and worked and worked at it. And then I also left several times before I actually left for good. So again, it's just a complex situation that some of us find ourselves in. And especially when you've been with the same person since you're 16, like I was, again, it's so complex. But I understand that for Katie, it's a little bit different when we look at the fact that this is her second marriage. It's Chris's fifth. So there couldn't have been high expectations there by any means, in my opinion. Just right off the bat, looking at it on paper. But with Katie, she wasn't under financial abuse. Katie could have taken herself and she could have left and gotten an apartment in the same school district as, she had options, is what I'm trying to say. Now, when we get into other aspects of it, it's a hypothetical, because she didn't leave Chris. He didn't stalk her and bring her back, or beat the hell out of her, or bring her back, or things like that we know of. But again, I think it's important to recognize some of these dynamics and figure out the why, or figure out the psychology behind what's going on here. And because I have been in that situation before, I get it. I get that part. So, I mean, Seth, it's like they guilt us, it's like you can't get divorced. It's like the worst thing ever, and like they expect you to go through you do the counseling before it's Catholics are big on, preparing things. But again, Jilly, I think too, like that love bombing always gets me when Katie's talking about, I'm like, oh, we used to go hiking. We used to do all this stuff. Yeah, because that was Chris before the mask came off, right? So it's almost like Katie just showed her like a puppy, or like, I don't know. Seth says, imagine Holly's face screen and little winged monkeys flying around. I'd add a hat. No, don't give me, bad ideas. No. But I mean, yeah, that's just every time I'm like, oh gosh. Well, and I mean, I think all of us are instilled with those values, especially like the old-fashioned way too, where you're just like, man, I want to make it work. What can I do? Then you're like racking your brain, and then you realize the other person's not trying as hard as you are. You're like, okay, well, I can't do this on my own. And especially when there's elements of like very bad abuse going on, mental, there's all kinds of different ones, financial. So I think that there's a lot of things like that Katie was going through, but one of the big things that kind of sets it apart is that Katie was working on her own. She had an established job. She had money. She could have, changed jobs if she needed to. She had options, Katie set herself up and did better herself in certain ways. And she shouldn't have ever discounted that, in my opinion. Um, right. That's before CP. Right. Exactly. No, that was before CP lady. I mean, and that's the thing. Um, I mean, I think that Katie was um different before trying to meet those expectations. And then again, that's another layer to it because you're always trying to seek approval from someone you're never going to get it from. And that's really hard because if you love somebody and you want them to show you the same and be a team, it's never going to happen in that situation. But they set you up to think that that's what's going to happen. um so that would make a good picture in a freeze frame. I mean, it's just kind of like, why? I know. And it's like, I know. It's true. I know. It's hilarious. But I mean, and again, I'm not trying to fall. I'm sure Holly has some good, tough some real Diane Sawyer type interviews out there. Or no, who was Barbara Walters is who I'm thinking of. Hey, my PTSD brain. So, all right, guys.
Right. What did you spot in the tenses there? Because I got a lot. But I'm going to draw you to the question, first of all. Remind folks about Sebastian, about who he really is, not just this case, but about him. And the interviewer uses the present tense in the question, who he really is. And we, when we're talking to someone, will pick up so much in our, from the question and reflect it back in our answers. Words, concepts, ideas, we will do that. We've got to make sure when we're analysing someone's words that we might think something is a bit strange, and actually it's come from the question that's been asked. And is that what's happening here? Because the question is asked in the present tense about who he really is. And Katie says, oh, Sebastian, and then she giggles. And then she says, is 15. Now, if she said was 15, I'd probably be going, you used the past tense. This means the person's in the past. However, is 15 is not right either because it's 2 years on. He's 17 now, if he's still with us. So Sebastian was 15 when he went missing. 17 now would be correct. But she says Sebastian is 15 when he went missing, 17 now. And then she does something really interesting, and I went back and listened to this time and time again to make sure I got it right. But he'd, which is in the past tense, he'd has just this beautiful smile, has in the present tense, as if she realized, use the past tense there, use the present tense, but he'd has just this beautiful smile. I mean, he's just got a big grin, and he's got a goofy sense of humor. That's present tense. He's got a goofy sense of humor, and he loves being helpful, and he enjoys playing video games and building things. I think one of the most recent things we did was that crane that I had shown a while back, but we loved making those little projects like the Lowe's and Home Depot projects and building, and we've got loved in the past tense now. Now, 2 years on, she hasn't done anything with Sebastian recently. I understand why loved would be in the past tense there, because they haven't done anything that would be in the present tense, and a lot can happen in 2 years to change what the present is there. And he would always get excited swinging the hammer, or even so far as building a deck with his stepdad, and just being so proud of himself for those little accomplishments and making something. So we're still in the past tense. I'm still kind of all right with it. She says, typical teenager, though.
Okay, really quick, guys. I just want to point out, too, though, that she's or, you know what I mean? When you see it in black and white, it's a little bit different. And then also, I just want to go back just really quick. So the question was, let's remind ourselves and remind our viewers and some folks about Sebastian, about who he really is, not just this case, but about him. So just asking about Sebastian, tell us about him, right? Which maybe should have been in the beginning of the interview. I don't know. A little out of order. Hey, Sammy. So Katie says, oh, Sebastian. And then I love how he puts this in, giggles, right? Giggles. Now, Katie does this a lot, and it's a little inappropriate. It could be nerves. I'm just, going to throw that out there as well. Then she goes, is like, 15 when he went missing. Again, is 15 when he went missing. You mean to say was. That's why he, highlighted is in red. Now 17. So she screwed up again, obviously. She says, but he'd has just this beautiful smile, right? So she meant to say he has a beautiful smile, and we know that. I mean, but see, this is another thing that bothered me that I brought up when we critiqued the first interview without anybody else doing it with us. Just Katie and Holly. It was never shown, but Katie was, until the end, the last 4 seconds or so, but Katie was wearing a Sebastian t-shirt. So why, with his big beautiful smile on her shirt? So why did they never pan out and show his beautiful smile as they're talking about this, right? They just never have, and that was weird. I mean, he's just got a big grin, so why not show it? And M, instead of she says M. He's got a goofy sense of humor, and he loves being helpful, and he enjoys playing video games. Why is there this right? But again, I do say I say those are things I try to work on. And I do say filler words as we're talking, as we're live. So I can't really fault her for that, but I also am wondering why it just doesn't flow regularly. There's always this giggling, awkward, tenses being, thrown back and forth, tenses gone wild situation. But why? And again, I'm just gonna kind of mute and then read on a little bit more because he's already gone over this part. But I just think it's important to recognize and look at it. I love how he's done this, putting the question and then putting the answer in. Very interesting to see it all unfold. He likes building things. Then he says, think one of the most recent things we did was that crane that I had shown a while back, but we loved making those little projects like the Lowe's and Home Depot projects and building, right? And he would always get so excited swinging the hammer or even so far as building a deck with his stepdad and being just so proud of himself. This is kind of fun to read. But again, Katie is using the filler words where you would think it would just kind of flow out. She's really trying to recall instances where she can make the family look hunky-dory, out with stepdad building things. Hey, Mom, we're going to build something from Home Depot, the projects, blah, blah, blah. We've heard it all. And again, it's just falling flat because we also know there's more to the story. For those little accomplishments and making things, right? She's talking about that. I think this is where we left off.
So far as building a deck with his stepdad and just being so proud of himself for those little accomplishments and making something. So we're still in the past tense. I'm still kind of all right with it. She says, typical teenager though. I mean, he had his days where he was just grumpy and leave me alone and being in his room. Now, every time I see Katie talking about Sebastian, she's never far away when she talks about the kind of person he was from talking about his bad points. Now, that might just be truthful. We all have bad points, even me. We all have bad points that people will know about, but she's never far from talking about them, which makes me think that Sebastian was, to them, difficult at times. And this does sound difficult. Typical teenager. Teenagers are difficult, where he was being grumpy and leave me alone and being in his room. Leave me alone is suggesting that he likes, his own space to be on his own. It's also a thought of personal space, leave me alone, which is something that comes up later. But
she's also said this in other interviews as well, where she's talking about Sebastian. He was a typical teenager, grumpy, the mustache, the changing of his voice, different things like that. Those are all things that she's brought up before. Typical teenager, though, I mean, he had his days where he was just grumpy and leave me alone and being in his room. Well, that's normal. This is another thing that Katie always says, and I would highlight it just because I know it's part of what Katie and her baseline is for the most part. Katie loves to say, but for the most part. He, right? And again, she's stuttering, and Katie doesn't have a stutter, and I guess I didn't recognize it until I saw it in black and white. Wanted to be a social butterfly. But why didn't you let him though, Katie? And why didn't you have anything, and this is going to sound like a weird statement, but why didn't you have anything in the yard to attract kids, like a basketball hoop, again, of a pool, any of that kind of stuff? I mean, that's how you attract friends, is to have things like that at the house. But many of the neighbors, or one in particular, said that it didn't even look like a child lived there because there wasn't any toys in the yard or a bike parked outside. In this day and age, arguably, it probably isn't a good idea to leave your bike outside because someone might steal it. I mean, when I was a kid, I had a bike that was stolen. So not even in this day and age. And a lot of times people keep things tidy. And I was thinking that maybe that was part of it, that they wanted things tidy. And so he put his bike in the garage. Not, far-fetched. Linda Hall says, sometimes my brain cannot work fast enough to slow my mouth down, gets me in trouble all the time. Linda, I think that's a lot of the reason why I do use filler words, is because I want to make sure I'm wording it correctly, because what I'm putting out, everybody's listening to it. So I'm trying to choose my words carefully. And maybe that's part of what Katie's doing, but I do agree that the filler words is when your brain is trying to slow your mouth down. So, I mean, in the same way, it could be really used. It just depends on the intent. Intent's always a big one, especially for us true crimers. Yeah, and being off the cuff. Yeah, exactly, Debbie. Well, and especially if I listen back to myself, or someone else plays me and I hear myself say, and it's like only 5 minutes, and I've said, at least 50 times. And I'm like, I really got to cut that out, but the effing crane. Oh my gosh, the crane. And you know what? I think they like to trigger us to try. I think they like to trigger us when they do this, because I mean, obviously there's something about that crane. The damn crane. He needs to shove that crane where the sun don't shine. In my honest opinion, to be honest, actually, I'm going to start using those words, and I'm being honest. To tell you the truth, still doesn't look like it, Lady Freedom. Well, and I hate Justice for Noog, and it's just hard for us. I think it's more difficult for us because we're so used to, and we've seen this so many times, right? And then she says, sometimes he'd struggle making friends with personal space and things like that. Now, this is highlighted in red. And we all saw this as being a big red flag, because Chris and Katie also struggle socially, in my opinion, for one. For two, she's talking again and again about Sebastian struggling to make friends and wanting to be this social butterfly. Well, why weren't you facilitating that more often? Why weren't you engaging him in activities that would bring him more social gratification, so he felt like he had friends, like he felt like he had a support system? Instead, you allowed for him to be bullied by Chris's sister. We all saw it, Katie. I should maybe send that over to Mr. Fox here. But overall, she says, he is just usually a very happy. I mean, what's this? Or happy, everyone, we. Wow. Young man. And he loves animals. And he loves animals, but we all know that he loves animals. Cats particularly. In the 1 year interview, Katie says he doves animals. We already know he doves them, Katie. Right? So again, it's frustrating for those of us who have been here. are his favorite animal in the world. We know that Sebastian loves cats. Sebastian is a loving kid. That's it, in my opinion.
For the most part, he wanted to be a social butterfly. Now, this is really qualified. For the most part, so not all the time, he wanted to be a social butterfly. Not he was a social butterfly. He wanted to be a social butterfly. I don't think there was that much socializing going on in his life. Sorry, I just think that's the way that he was from the words. Sometimes he'd struggle making friends with personal space and things like that. So the social butterfly is a phrase that's out there, but there's no descriptiveness around the social butterfly at all. Instead, we get a lot more descriptive about the grumpy teenager, leave me alone, being in his room. And sometimes he'd struggle making friends with personal space and things like that. But overall, he is just usually a very happy young man. He is, so we've got the present tense there, which then puts me slightly at odds with why is the present tense come in now, but we've got some past tense for some other things, like he had his days where he was just grumpy, which is in the past tense. For the most part, he wanted to be a social butterfly is in the past tense. He is just usually a very happy young man. Usually a very happy young man. Again, I don't think he always was that happy. I think there was some issues there in her perception of Sebastian.
And I also think that Sebastian bounced back quickly from situations. I think that there were times where we all have emotions. That's what makes us human, right? And there were times where Sebastian wasn't always happy, right? But there was also times where I think that Sebastian was able to bounce back quickly. I can just kind of see that, and I could be wrong. I know Justice for Nuke, same. Makes me sick too. But I think he had to bounce back quickly. I think Sebastian was resilient in that way, where it was like, you can't get a good guy down, right? You can't get a good person down. And I think that was part of what was very difficult for them when they were trying to break Sebastian's spirits, in my opinion, because there was a whole different type of situation when Sebastian was at his dad's house. He was playing games socially, being a social butterfly. He was able to spread his social wings, so to speak. They were not fostering that. Seth was, because he knew that's what his son needed. They were just basically using that against Sebastian, and that's what narcissists like to do. They like to take the most painful piece of who they know you are, and then they like to use it against you like it's a weapon, when it's not. And how dare they? But again, like Detroit says too, taking his favorite animal in the world, you choose to break your son's heart in a million pieces because of that piece of I could never hurt my child like that. No, if he said it's me or your dog or your cat, I'd be like, bye. See you later. Don't let the doors don't let the door split you or hit you where the good Lord split you, I think it is. Yeah. So no. Nope.
At the very least, I'm not trying to victim blame here. I'm just trying to pick out what I get in her words. And he loves animals, present tense. Cats particularly are his favorite animal in the world. Green is his favorite color, and he loved getting out and doing things with us, going bowling and going out. So we've gone back into the past tense again. Green is his favorite color, and he loved getting out and doing things with us. And we've got this sense of him going outdoors again. She loves talking about him being out there when he's missing. And when she describes what type of person he was, she loves saying he was outside a lot, as if he was at his happiest when he was outside. Is what's going on here. Look, he's outside now because he's missing, or he's, at one with nature or something like that. And he loved being outside. So reality is, whatever's happened to him, he's happy now. Is that why she keeps telling us how much he enjoyed the outdoors? We used to go hiking a lot, and we'd hike to, like when we lived in California, there were waterfalls and whatnot that we used to go hiking to, and he would get so excited at the end. Just we'd make little videos showing how far we come and whatnot. But he was just a good kid overall. That's it. overall, again, when someone's just good overall, they've got some bad bits to them. And for some reason, those bad bits are quite high up in the list of attributes and behaviors that Sebastian exhibited that Katie talks about. Now, you know me, I'm all about the words. I think you've watched this episode, watched many episodes, you will know I am always about the words. But as I was doing this, I had to find a picture of Sebastian to use on the episode. And so I used Google Images and I just searched in for Sebastian Rogers. And what do you know? For the social butterfly that loves being outdoors, the top pictures I could find, which are family-provided pictures I could find, are Sebastian on his own, not surrounded by friends, not even surrounded by family. The pictures that are there are mostly of him on his own with his mom at the most.
Whoa. Okay, that blows my mind. I again, blind review here, which I rarely ever do. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Inside. Where are the pictures of them hiking? Granted, that was when they lived in California, so he was younger. But I think that's a stellar observation and something that I've never heard anyone point out. So, interesting, very interesting. And, it's true. Then we also see Sebastian with his snake. And what did they do with the snake? Like Detroit says, break his heart. Then we see Sebastian with the puppies, right? The Morkies. But those weren't his puppies. According to Chris, one was Chris's and one was Katie's. So, yeah, I mean, I can't argue there.
So the social butterfly thing is not coming through in the pictures, and they're all indoors. There's no pictures that I could find on the first couple of pages of Google image search that show Sebastian being a social butterfly with other people or being out of doors either. So that's my analysis there. The tenses feel off.
Well, oddly enough, I will say this. Oddly enough, I just thought of this. I saw Sebastian playing tug of war outside. I saw Sebastian that Seth posted, or I'm sorry, I think Seth gave to the news. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure. Also, I saw Sebastian playing tag at the park, which they say he loves to go to the parks. Also posted by Seth. And then what was the other one that we saw Sebastian outside? I think it was also posted. Oh yeah, that's right. When they went to Disney. Sebastian was outside, right? Or not Disney. It was excuse me, SeaWorld. Sebastian was outside. All with Seth. Anna, I'm just saying, now that he's opened that can of worms, there you have it, folks. Sorry, I had to come in and say that. Yeah, that really blew my mind. This is why I love other people's points of view.
Although sometimes they are as they should be, sometimes they aren't, and he is 15 was just plain weird. And when she's describing what sort of person Sebastian is, we're never far away from the negatives. So what do I think of that overall? I said look for the repeated themes there, the repeated words, the repeated ideas. That will tell you what's going on in someone's mind. It's what's top of their mind. It's a priority to them, and it will keep leaking out in their words. So looking at this interview and also my knowledge of other Katie interviews, things she keeps mentioning a lot, Sebastian's bad behavior. It's never far away from being discussed when Sebastian's characteristics, what kind of person he was, are being discussed. They need to keep telling us that he loved being outdoors and also that he's out there presently when he's missing. Always comes through in her words. The want to say that everyone loves you, Sebastian. This need to reassure Sebastian that everyone at home or everyone in the family loves him is really, really prevalent in her words, and also that I love him. So listen, from all those things, and also that fact that she is low on hope that Sebastian will ever return. I'm not accusing anyone here, but I believe Sebastian's disappearance was caused by his behavior negatively affecting someone in the family. Like I said, no victim blaming here. This is just what I think has happened. And that behavior, the falling out of that, he is no longer in the house. He is out there. He's out of doors. And I think it shows through in Katie's words that she knows this. What do you think? Let me know in the comments if you can, or you can go to neveratruerword.com where you will find a whole load of links, loads more on the Sebastian Rogers case and Katie Proudfoot's words as well. And by the way, this was suggested by someone in the Never a Truer Word Facebook group where we discuss the cases that I discussed in these episodes and other interesting words and statements as well. You will find a link to that at neveratruerword.com as well if you want to join. Neveratruerword.com. I'll see you soon for something new from Never a Truer Word. And remember, the truth is always in the words.
The truth is always in the words. I love this guy. I don't know, guys. This is the first time I've decided to review this guy. Well, mostly because it's the first time I ever heard of him. I just typed in Sebastian Rogers to see what popped up and just to see if anybody had anything interesting that we can share and discuss tonight on the fly. Pleasantly surprised. I didn't think that I would find such an insightful individual who was talking about many of the same concepts that we have talked about, as well as bringing a fresh perspective. So I'm really pleased. I really am. I think that was a great analysis with different little nuances that we've never discussed and I've never heard anyone else discuss. So please, I'm going to make sure that we I'll just share this video here too. This is the whole video without me breaking in to comment. But also, you know, I can see it as being fair and balanced as well. So this is the whole video. And then let me get over to his page. And I can't believe I didn't sub up. My goodness, I'm telling on myself. But yeah, Jack Fox, right? Not a truer word. And the truth is in the words. That's what's always kind of baffled me, is that Chris and Katie have always been upset at my analysis in particular, just speaking for myself. But I've always used their words, their interviews from my very first videos on Sebastian Rogers' case. I've used other people's words. I've shown you guys what they're saying and what I think of it. One of my first videos was from Sebastian's teachers on day 5. They interviewed, one was Patricia Szymanski. Obviously, my name's Patricia too, so that's easy for me to remember. But she said a lot about Sebastian and who he is as a person and her perception of Sebastian. And then I hear Chris and Katie, and then I hear Seth, and, you know, that's when everything was rolling, right? We were getting interested in the case, and yes, is he Scottish? I just love that accent. He says Sebastian. I can't say it right, but I just love the way, you know, people have their accents, and I love accents, so I pick up on them. Katie has absolutely tried to give every accent in the book. You know, the teachers did contradict the narrative, but see, I didn't even know any other perspective until the teachers, I think, were the first, you know, because I was watching the news as it was coming out, but the teachers were very eye-opening. And then I heard what Chris and Katie were saying, that his mind hasn't caught up with his body yet. But I'm like, but wait a minute, his teacher from 8th grade said that Sebastian, walking down the road, you wouldn't think he had any deficits. So if you just first glance, you see Sebastian Rogers, you're just going to see a 15-year-old kid. You're not going to be like, oh, that's a child with autism. I watched a TED Talk the other day, which was really interesting, and it was a young girl, and she showed 2 photos in the beginning of the TED Talk, and she said, can you tell me which of these children are on the spectrum? And I'm sure the audience, you know, picture 1, picture 2, and I'm looking at the picture like an idiot. until I realized, like, she's trying to make a point here. Hello. But then she was like, I don't know which one is. You can't tell because autism is neurological. It's not something that you can see outwardly. It's not like, say, a Down syndrome or, chromosome deletions, yes, you will see certain characteristics. But in the same way, again, we're hearing from his teacher say, look, if you saw Sebastian, you just think he's a 15-year-old kid. When I see Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse, the previous visit is picture 1 where the TBI put that crap out and it's a little angry emoji. But that was not far from before Sebastian went missing or from the second time at this Texas Roadhouse. This was the night that Sebastian was last seen in public at the Texas Roadhouse with Katie. If I'm looking at Sebastian, watching him, I don't see any. If I only watched that and somebody said, tell me what's wrong in this picture, I wouldn't point at Sebastian. I'd be pointing at Katie. Period. I wouldn't say this boy is autistic. This boy has a chromosome deletion. This boy is misbehaving, because he's not. None of the above. Katie, on the other hand, I'd be like, why is she scolding a child that did nothing? I'd be on her real quick. Not even knowing the story, not even knowing that he's missing. If I was only to watch the Texas Roadhouse video. So again, how is it blame Sebastian? Why is that the theory? And why would the mother of a missing child push that narrative? Because she's guilty, in my opinion. That is the conclusion that I am left with. If I'm looking at it, it doesn't matter. I've said it before. I don't hate Katie. I don't have a problem with her. I don't know her. I've never met her. I've never spoken to her. I don't know her. I know what I've seen. I know what she said. I know what the experts have said. I know what she's done behind the scenes that's directly affected me. But other than that, I don't know her. But looking at her at the Texas Roadhouse, something is up, and she's telling Sebastian off. That's the one thing that I can relate to from Katie in this display, this Texas Roadhouse video, that I'm a mom. I had a mother. She's scolding her son. She's telling him something that he doesn't want to hear, but yet there was nothing that indicated that he deserved any of it. It's not like Sebastian did anything. It's not like he took his cup and dumped it out on the table, and then she's over there like, you need to behave. I can understand that. There's no indication that he did anything wrong, yet she's scolding him. Yes, I do enjoy hearing Sebastian's name spoken correctly. I know, but Seth, if I was up here calling Sebastian, everybody would be like, Lady Freedom, be real. So they're like, you're from Chicago, you have to say it like a Chicago girl. But no, it is. And Sebastian's a beautiful name. I've always thought that Sebastian was a beautiful name. But yeah, just looking at the interaction, there's way more to and I think that's why everybody, even though it's the last real piece of information that we really have that's solid, I think the reason why everyone keeps coming back to it is because it's not a normal interaction. It's not what we were given as an original narrative. It's the TBI narrative versus reality. And I think that all of us, for the first time, could relate to Katie reprimanding or scolding her child. Like, she's mothering him in some way, inappropriately, but nonetheless, she is mothering him. But why is she feeling the need to mother him in such a way. Um, I was at Walmart earlier and I heard this little one just screaming and crying, right? And then as I'm walking and getting closer, it's getting louder and louder, of course. And then I look over and the child is going towards his mom. He's like, ah, right? Like the mom is like ignoring him, right? Because she's hoping that he'll stop throwing a tantrum and you know, maybe that's not the best or whatever. Maybe some people recommend that. Either way, again, it was mothering. You could see that the child was acting out, trying to get the attention. The mother was ignoring it to try to divert the attention and blah blah blah. She was mothering in some sort of parenting style that she saw fit. I can relate to that. But again, you can't there's no indication of what was wrong here. So what was she telling Sebastian and why was Sebastian reacting in the way that he was? If you look, let me just take my big head off of here. That's fine because I want you to focus on these pictures anyway. So if you're looking at the screen right now and you're seeing these different captures of the conversation that transpired, there is an absolute either scolding or something happening where Sebastian's not liking the conversation. He's not happy, he's not excited, he's not just indifferent, he's not neutral. He's visibly shaken. Katie is visibly scolding her son. And then she's looking around kind of weird. You know, in the top corner picture, it's kind of like Sebastian's just eating, and then Katie's like got a French fry or something. I don't know what she's doing. She's doing her weird little thing that she's doing. But again, it's out of place. It doesn't take an expert. It just takes a pair of eyeballs to identify it. Hey, Rachel. Rachel says, well said. I don't like her based off of her moves as a mom. I had a shitty past and do all that I can not to repeat the cycle or pass on to my child. Well, and I know, Rachel, and a lot of times we don't maybe have the foresight or maybe we haven't worked out our own issues and things like that. So I get that sometimes, you know, we're not always going to have the answers as a parent. We're not always going to be perfect. Even if we try not to repeat a cycle, there may be elements that kind of carry over, but we do make a conscious effort not to. So thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. And that's where with Katie bringing her son around her mother, who is an RSO, and leaving him in the care of her and even another adult, highly inappropriate. But those are the things that Katie saw fit. She didn't protect Sebastian, nor did she get him the help that he needed for situations that she, in my opinion, was responsible for. I would at the very least feel responsible, even if it was not my exact doing. You still feel responsible as a parent because you want to be there to protect your child. You never want them to be hurt like that, especially if you went through it. And Katie's abuse was on a whole nother level. It's so bad that I've never even gotten into it, only some of the aspects and some of the characters involved. And if you haven't watched that live, it's out there. It's bad on that side of the family. On all sides. There's no reprieve or comfort, in my opinion, from it. Now, Katie has a very large family on that side. I'm not saying they're all that way. I'm just saying it's so bad that it's so bad that they've normalized it. And the reason how I know that is because I watched Yeda's interview. And instead of exposing exactly what it is for what it is, she defended it. And then she blamed it on she didn't want to hurt Katie. That's not good enough. That's why I know these conversations about these Chester cheetahs are very hard. I know most of my viewers don't like to hear it and don't want to listen to it. But if we stick our head in the sand and act like it's not happening, that's not helping anyone. That's not going to be the solution. Sometimes we have to look at something ugly in order to understand it, and so that we can break the chains, we can break the cycle. We're not dealing with pretty situations. As a matter of fact, the very things that we are examining here are a cause and effect for what we're dealing with and why Sebastian's missing in the first place. Why Haley Busby is no longer on this planet, as beautiful and vibrant and as full of life as she was. It's because a predator saw fit to take her out of this world because of his own sick, twisted desires. We still don't know what she went through, but justice will be served. I do believe that is true. So we have to find Sebastian, because I believe he will tell us, and I believe we will have a better idea of what happened once we find him. So that has to stay our goal. You know. You're welcome, Shauna. Hey, Shauna. Yeah, Haley's story, I will never forget Haley. I will never ever forget her, Shauna, and I'm just so glad that um told me her story, and so that I could be a part of something, I mean, as big as what they're doing with her law. I mean, we have to get that passed through. We have to get it. I want to see it everywhere. I want to see it across, the globe. Thank you, Witchy Mama. It's so important. It's so important to show the kids, like, this is just so easy. Red flags. We have to start teaching our children about red flags, and we need to start having a pink alert in case something happens, because they can take the alert down. They act like it's such a tough criteria. Oh, you got to meet some criteria. It does. The criteria is they're missing. Period. I mean, and I think the pink alert could really encompass that. At least we know they're just missing. Yes, if we see an amber alert, we know what that means. If we see a silver, if we see a turquoise, that's indigenous. All of the colors are symbolic, but the end goal is awareness and speedy awareness. And I truly believe that law enforcement must, and CPS, but this is a whole nother ball game. But when it comes to a missing child, that wherever they went missing from, bust that crime scene tape out. Preserve that area. Especially if we're made to believe that a child could just go missing out of his bed, no indication of anyone breaking in, or him walking out on his own or her own. That's what it's going to have to boil down to. Yeah, I think it needs to be nationwide, Witchy. I mean, I would love to see a huge campaign for that. A huge campaign, just a big push for that. Because that would be good for all of us. All of our grandchildren, all of our children. I'm getting to the point, my daughter's grown. So, focus on the kids that are still here, that are going to be our future too. Because yeah, if my loved one went missing, I'd want everybody to know. And I think it's so important too, because again, with Haley, she went missing from Indiana, and then she was found in another state. So all of these states need to be notified, and maybe we need something to notify these Airbnbs, because that's where she was taken to. Maybe we need the hotels to have an alert sent to them. If you see this girl, if you see this man, because they probably had a description of the boy. Excuse me, it wasn't a boy, it was a grown-ass man. Get those descriptions out. Do you have a renter, or you have a guest in a hotel? that fits this description. I mean, time is of the essence. The best thing that we can do is spread awareness. So, um, Rachel, that is so true. When you silence your own voice to help someone else gain, there's, in my opinion, it says it all. Yet all karma will come back full circle. So let them continue living this fake facade of a life, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it's got to eat away at, Rachel, it's got to eat away at them. And every single day they have to be perfect. Look at Katie. She doesn't stutter. She was sure choosing her words wisely, using choice words. She's not talking about swearing. Well, she was talking about swearing. I'm not, I guess I should say. They paid and don't want the attention because they'll be busted out. Yeah, well, and that's a big one that I wonder about too, Justice for Noog, is who else is involved? Because for Katie to have, and Chris or whoever, to have pulled this off, there has to be someone harboring Sebastian or the unthinkable. But even so, where do we start looking? Where do we go from here? Hey, Gru, good to see you. Sammy says we know Amber Alert needs to be or needs work because the very thing that limits its issuance, not wanting people to ignore from getting too many alerts, right, Sammy, is happening because people tend to ignore when they hear a non-custodial parent. Oh, yeah. Well, and I think every case is so different. But I think an alert, I think when it comes down to the general public, to the average Joe and average Jane, is that we get an alert on our phone. While I was in Tennessee, I received the blue alert because there was a fugitive on the loose that had tried to take the life of an officer. And so they put out a blue alert for this suspect or, whatever. And I was like, what's a blue alert? So if we can have a blue alert, we need it for the kids, one. And then for two, as a general member of the public, I don't really typically care what alert I'm getting. I don't care if it's purple, if it's blue, if it's green, if it's red, if it's what. In my opinion, it's always going to be a red alert. We need to take action. This is a call to action. If you see a vehicle with this description, if you see this child, if you see this mother and child or father and child, those ones, I'm like, okay, parental abduction, somebody's mad, who knows, maybe they didn't bring a kid back from a visit, but those are just as important. Look at the Powell case. Josh Powell took his wife's life and then he took his two boys' life. They still haven't found Susan Powell. She's still missing. So really, I don't give a flying F what color it is. It could be a clear alert. It could be a, either way, as a general public, and that's somebody that knows these alerts signify whatever, being in true crime or, wanting to spread the awareness out. But I mean, most of us, we don't care. We do not care what color it is. We just know that there's a 2-year-old missing. We know that there's a 17-year-old missing. We know that there's a 40-year-old missing. It doesn't make a difference. We need to have the awareness because, again, time is of the essence. We have a person we know for a fact did not disappear like we all talk about. Oh, they disappeared. They went missing. Da, da, da. No. There's a human being that is not doing what they usually do. They didn't show up to work. They went poof in the middle of the night. Whatever it is. But again, the reason that prompts somebody to report somebody missing, my daughter didn't come home on time for curfew, right? It used to be like, oh, well, you have to wait 24 hours. I don't know if that's still a thing, but because of these cases being so serious and because time is of the essence, that's why people have kind of shied away from that little time, waiting that time, because in 24 hours, your child could be abducted and be 3 states over. And then what? Your child could be in a completely different time zone. Or anybody. I mean, look at Nancy Guthrie's mom, 80-something years old. Still haven't found her. And again, how does that little skinny guy with a backpack full of crap get out there, carry her out? There's way more to that. Anyway, that's for another live. But I typically just focus on missing kids. So, well, that's true. Justice for Nuke says laws need to address proof of who, where, and a digital proof of investigation. In my opinion, it's on a desk and being ignored. Yeah, and I think that, digital evidence holds the key. Physical evidence, the lack of evidence, all of those things play a major role. And again, with Sebastian, my biggest gripe from the very beginning is that they did not treat his case correctly. Again, Katie and Chris call in three-way. The police should have met Katie at the house. They should have said, Katie, we're going to have our forensics team search the house. We're going to have you come down to the station really quick for some questions. Darling, sweetie pie, lovey bunches. You don't have to be mean to her. You don't have to interrogate her. It's an interview. Does Sebastian's biological father know about this? Yes, he's on his way. Okay, great. We're going to have him meet us at the police station. And then they should have had a team like they had, also simultaneously going door to door, checking all around, searching for Sebastian, gathering footage. They had the manpower, they just didn't use it correctly. It was the biggest waste, It was the biggest waste of resources I have ever seen in my life. It's like giving a 16-year-old a friggin' Camaro, a brand new one, and saying, here you go. Because that's what they did with the resources they had. They had the very best at their disposal, and they misused them. And then when Mr. Chris ended up coming home, he should have been in another interrogation room. And they should have said, we're just interviewing you. That would have been proper. What they did in Sebastian's case was anything but correct, anything but proper. And again, prove me wrong. Because if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. And I'll get up here and I'll tell you guys, look, I was wrong. Law enforcement did exactly what they needed to do. And the people who are responsible are serving justice. Justice has been served. But until that happens, I don't think so. And don't get me started on the rookie cop, the rookie detective. No. Groot says it makes me wonder if they didn't do forensics, particularly in Sebastian's bedroom, because they already knew the answers it would provide. Well, I don't know, because they didn't do luminol. They didn't take any carpet samples. I just don't know what they did, Groot. I know, but I mean, it does make me wonder as well, because again, when I look at Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, for an example, the Fruitland police had a lot of answers that they did not tell anyone about. And they knew a lot. Damn near everything. There hasn't been a whole lot of surprises, really, because they were gathering evidence. They were doing a proper investigation. But for them not to take in the people, the person, Katie, sorry, Katie, but the person that was last with Sebastian, the only one in the house, allegedly, because I don't fully buy that either. I don't fully buy that Katie was in the house by herself with Sebastian, and I don't fully buy that Sebastian even made it home. If I'm to be honest, truthfully, truly, that's it. I don't. I don't know those things. Those are things that I cannot say with certainty. So if I'm, again, playing out a theory, I have to make it work and I have to play it all the way out to the very end. And that's difficult when we have limited clues. So Anna says, I 100% don't believe that Sebastian made it home. You know, and even my theory can be split up from there too. It's like having a fork in the road. It really is, because if I think Sebastian made it home, then how he got out had to have been the 3 a.m. lights, or it had to have been in the early morning when Katie left, because she could have had him in the car still, or in her Infinity SUV, baby blue, brand new, right? Okay. But if I don't think Sebastian even made it home, then something had to have happened from the time they left the Texas Roadhouse, because we see him. We know he was there. He gets in the car, he buckles himself in, and his mom pulls out and drives away. So something had to have happened on the way home. Oh, and I found out something very interesting that I want to share before we get off of here. Today, I heard a little birdie told me that, and showed and sent me proof that they're about to do a lot of work over at Stop 30 Road in that little area over there. So hopefully they can find some clues, because I think that that could have been the prime handoff spot where there's no cameras. Again, multiple sightings of Kathy Bowersox being at Worsham's around 5:30 a.m. on Monday, February 26, 2024. Nothing confirmed by law enforcement, but at least 3 people, to my knowledge, spotted her there. Melissa, you know, the bully, Aunt Melissa, the bully, she stated that they had been searching for Sebastian since 6:30 a.m. and maybe he got in a car with somebody and fell asleep and yeah, duh. So, in my opinion, something could have happened there. Did they do forensics in Chris's camper? Did they do forensics in all of the family vehicles? Because we know that they love to do dirt as a family. We don't call them the Foot Clan for nothing. So, again, multiple theories, working all of them through, it still leaves me at a dead end. Where is Sebastian? Where can we look for him? What happened next? It's like being stuck. And hell is repetition. It's like being stuck in hell, not knowing where he is. Where can we find him? Because they did the 4-mile radius search again and again and again. There's been private searchers. I see you guys. I've watched you guys. I know who you are. So where is he? And where can we look? How can we continue on searching? Katie doesn't even give us an indication of that, and she was the last one with him. It's like pulling teeth, trying to get her to tell us what happened. And she knows. In my opinion, with every fiber of my being, she knows. So what do we do next? It's tough. Oh, Sebastian liked looking fly, okay? And I'm gonna show my age, but Sebastian always wanted to look fly. He wanted to look he wanted to be fresh for school. You know what I mean? Like he's a young man, he's a teenager. Aw. Detroit says the smile on Sebastian's face when his dad bought him his new boots. He wouldn't have left without those boots, in my opinion. Yeah, we confirmed they were there, right? Because I even got confused. I'm like, wait a minute, were they at Seth's or were they at his mom's, at Katie's? And then I'm like, well, a lot of times I'm thinking back, my daughter, I'm like, well, a lot of times she would have her shoes over there or shoes, it just depends because I mean, if he's going to school, he's going to wear the boots to school, right? So they would be at Katie's. And then I heard the interview with Seth. Oh, yeah, okay. Seth confirmed they were there. His shoes were accounted for. Because that's another thing that we can play semantics with, right? Well, were all of his shoes accounted for at Seth's? Were all of they accounted for at his mom's, right? Because there's two households. Sebastian had two homes, right? Arguably one was better than the other, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, and again, with kids and when they're going between houses and things like that, stuff gets left here, stuff gets left there. Beverly Foot Socks, Construction Gold, and Tennessee Tea. Oh my God, Sammy, you just killed me. I always think of what Sammy said about the fork. She goes, that's all. Hold on, I might even misquote you here, Sammy, but Sammy's like, yeah, that's a lot of drama with one fork. That's a very performative situation with the fork, and that was with Katie, and I don't even think that I have that. I just have her hand gestures. I mean, I don't even have the fork action going on. Sammy. Well, and that's the thing. People are like, well, they're not that rich. They're not the Murdochs. But it's like, I know they're not. But in the same way, they have the same good old boy system running shit and the privilege. And we saw it. I mean, if I didn't see it with my own two eyes, I might be second guessing it too, guys. And I was even second guessing it the second day that we were there. Or I should say the last day that we were there for the gathering. I was like, I mean, maybe Sumner County understands what we're doing. Maybe they, the sheriff's office, that is. The people did. They were beeping, for Sebastian, honking and waving and all of that. But I thought maybe we've made a difference and maybe they understand. And then the officer did what he did. And then I was like, nope. That was me stopping my own inner Pollyanna. So we'll have to do a video on Pollyannas. You guys really got me laughing with that. Aloha JH has been listening to your live on TV but can't chat, so drop in to say hi. Aloha. Aw, thanks for being here, JH. I appreciate you. Yes. Rachel, green tea is awesome. I like green tea. I like to drink that like in the Arizona cans. I don't know if Sebastian ever liked it that way, but I do, and it's better than pop, hey crazy country girl, good to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And crazy country girl, I mean, you've been a part of Sebastian's army for a long time. A lot of us have been very invested in just following the case piece by piece. Thank you for being here. Yeah, oh my gosh, I know, Detroit, just like when he called his dad to bring him nice clothes for picture day, he knew his dad would come through and he treasured everything his dad did for him and he adored his daddy, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too, Detroit. Yeah. Yeah, that hits me, yeah, a lot. That is the truth. In my opinion, that is the truth. And no matter how much they try to act like Mr. Crispy was there for him, in my opinion, he doesn't call me dad, he calls me Mr. Chris, and then she tries to get up there. Well, he was building things and this and that. Okay, great. But I'm not buying it. JH says, I had a thought today about the flashlight video. The person carrying something could it have been a rolled up carpet to clean up his room. Oh, I never thought of that. JH, but that's a good observation. And also, when I'm thinking back to that photo, that really could be, yeah, I can see how that could have been a rolled up carpet. I've never thought of that. Thank you. That, yeah, I appreciate that because, hmm. Ooh, Groot. Yes. Salmon sushi. Oh my goodness. Green tea and salmon sushi. And that's one thing everybody was saying in the beginning. Well, how come Sebastian likes sushi? He really did like sushi. Because a lot of people were like, but my daughter's always been like that as well with seafood. I mean, she has always been a seafood kind of gal, so and meat and potatoes too, but I mean, um ceviche, any of that stuff, shrimp. I remember one time we went out to Harry Carey's restaurant and we got calamari and she was like eating it and the waitress was like, I've never seen a kid get down on the calamari like that. And I was like, she likes, seafood, so that's right. Crazy country girl, 2 years is too long. And I think that's what is so frustrating. I never thought it would be 2 years, which is different. It's different, isn't it? It's like when I go to Publix and I get the sushi there and they have like the little crunchy things that we put on the green bean casserole. I'm like, this is some good sushi, even though I know it's not real sushi. And we still haven't went out here in Florida to get like some real sushi from, obviously we're by the ocean, so it'd be the best place to get it. But I still haven't done that. We still get the Publix sushi, which is Midwest sushi, pretty much. I think most of us have been here since day one. There is something about Sebastian that has massively drawn us to his case that we all have become almost obsessed, right? And I know we all need him found. Well, and I agree. We're all thinking about Sebastian all the time. We're like, okay, what could have happened? Where is he? What's going on? We're piecing the puzzle together. We're trying to figure out. Um, I agree, and it does, um, take over, our thought process for a lot of the day. I know it does me, and even trying to think about topics to talk about, it's almost like they're in abundance. The topics that we can be discussing, the interviews that we could go over, the different ways of looking at it, looking at the old interviews now with knowing what we know now and looking back at them in hindsight. Um, yeah, I mean, so I just don't know why the investigators don't seem to come with the same kind of gusto or the same energy. Because I think about Sebastian's case all the time. I think about Sebastian all the time. I have a picture of him in my living room. And again, guys, I am working on getting my set just the way I want to, but I also have my posters that I've made for the gathering. So I wanted to, incorporate those into the background. So I'm still kind of working on that. But um, yeah, I mean, I just don't understand why they're not taking that extra time. If they were a hustling, bustling city and they had all kinds of crimes popping off, I can understand it. It would still probably be, especially like you're saying, Anna, too, with being here from day one, Sebastian turning our hearts green. Um, yeah, I mean, we think about them all the time, but I just don't understand why they're not doing what they need to be doing. Why are they not focusing in? Um, they're just not taking the time. So they dropped the ball in the beginning. They're still dropping the ball. I don't like this detective. I wouldn't want him on my child's case, So Oh, yeah. Well, I love the roll-ups though. Witchy Mama, those are so good. Those are so good. I love making them pinwheels. Aw. Oh, gosh, she has the best smile, crazy country girl. And, you know, I don't like seeing Sebastian the way he was leaving the Texas Roadhouse because that's just not that big smile that we're used to seeing. Something was up that night, obviously. Um, Aw, that's so sweet, Anna. I'm so glad, and thank you for spreading awareness. I appreciate that. Every day, Anna says, I think of him. Even my friends ask me each time I talk to him. Even my friend asks every time I talk to him if he has been found yet. One day I will have positive news. I believe that too. I do. I do believe that. I think Sebastian's gonna be found. I think that crap that Chris and Katie want us to believe, oh, like he'll never be found or whatever, it's gonna be a case to be studied. Yeah, we're gonna study the case all right, but it's not gonna go without justice. In my opinion, it's TikTok, mother truckers, TikTok. In my opinion. And I'll never stop banging the drum for Sebastian. I'll never stop uh thinking that way because if I do that, I'm not looking for him. I'm not talking about him. So, I mean, I think that there's a couple of things. I know they were saying there's one piece. Yeah, we need to find Sebastian, but I think there's also something big that we're not seeing because again, where I'm stopped is what happened next? Where is he? Which way did the car go? If we're looking for a car that took him out in 3 a.m. in the middle of the night, which way did it go? And what happened next? We're still stuck. Greer says the neighbor interviewed by JLR mentioned playing flashlight tag, which didn't make me think that a known thing that the neighborhood kids do. If so, could that be why they won't say that what the video is? Well, I don't think it was the flashlight tag. Only because when we look at the video, it's someone meeting someone else. With flashlight tag, it's like you're hiding and tagging is putting the flashlight on the person. So immediately, like it's like a lightsaber, which it does sound like a Sebastian friendly, in my opinion, without knowing him, activity. Right? And what kid doesn't like to play tag or flashlight tag? But I just don't think that's the case because, again, there was one flashlight waiting, the other one meets the other person, they go off a little bit, and then the other one goes back to the house. So it's not like there's like flashlights moving around searching and then boom, you're tagged. Like if that was the case, I would be like, oh yeah, that is flashlight tag. I would look at the light sources and how they're acting and I could say, oh yeah, that's flashlight tag. But this was something different in my opinion altogether. Um Thank you, Witchy. I know I'm gonna have to get on because I know I'm gonna want to go live tomorrow during the day and then do a night live. I think we'll probably save the members for the next day. But there's a lot that I want to kind of go over with the members because of the Discord. It's going to be like a members only Discord type of a situation, but also I am looking for some mods to help me with Discord and to help me with the channel and building the channel up. Because we are growing and with Discord and this new tier that I want to add on for memberships, we're going to need more people in there moderating and being a part of um, the Sebastian case file. We're going to start with Sebastian and Devlin because those are our two big open cases. But I want it to grow. And so that's what I want to focus on for the Discord. Having a members Discord for our community, which that's why it's important for me to get your feedback. But also having a Discord strictly only for true crime, only for us to share screenshots or research or a time building out timelines for Sebastian. This is and Devlin. So it's going to be more comprehensive, more interactive, especially with me, because the members Discord is for you guys to connect more so than for me to connect with you guys. Even though I do go in there and stop in and say hi and stuff and put gifts. I love using gifts when I'm in there and just like, making you guys laugh. But I also want to focus more time in the timeline of the Discord, because we'll also bring it over to share it with non-members, get people interested in coming over there. Um, two heads are better than one, three heads, four heads, all of us together, putting all of our brain power together. Maybe we can figure this out. What are we missing? There's something we're missing. It's not only Sebastian. It's where did he go? Where is he? What can take us to the next level of finding him? What clues will lead us to where we need to look? So I hope and pray that we can, build something positive. And I know that you guys have a passion for true crime like I do, and for actually trying to solve and find these people, right? That's the goal. It's not just to come in here and shoot shit and da da da. It's more so to strategize, theorize. I want it to be more of like a war room. So that's what I'm looking at and doing, the multiple cases, starting just out with the two that we have open, Devlin and Sebastian too. Um, so yeah, we're gonna be growing and working towards, doing more here than just speculating. So yes, my PTSD. I'm so glad. And thank you. And guys, I did also renew the link for the Discord. But I want to just talk about the general Discord for just new members, people that are coming in. Our community is going to be different than the ones that you're used to. So you might go into another Discord and there might be people doxing and acting an asshole and all of that stuff. We don't do that. I also want to talk about personal safety and the fact that even though we're a community of people who care very much about each other, we also have to be mindful that new members might come in and they might be used to a toxic environment, and those people will be banned. But we also have to wait for them to, screw themselves over and get banned. So we have to just be really careful with the personal details we share, because anybody can take a screenshot. I've racked my brain. I can't figure out how we can stop that, because, I can't control other people and what they'll do. So just being mindful of that. But I also don't want people to think that they can't, bring in an issue. If somebody needs help, I would rather them ask for help, and we can help with resources, links, things like that. So yeah, it'll be a learning experience for all of us, but I also just want to kind of discuss that with the members. So um I do too, Detroit. I'm praying with you, Um Crazy Country Gal says, lady, in the last interview she did, she had said when they lived in California, he loved going to waterfalls and something until the end. I thought that was weird, and it bothers me, in my opinion. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, because this interview wasn't the first time she talked about all of that. Um, so yeah, I agree that is it is odd. It does, but there's a lot of things that bother me. That's another thing I kind of want to put together, are some key points, for us to kind of go over and really like deep dive into. Like I said, like a war room, um, where everybody like gets in there and comes to the conference table and we're really working on it. So hey, all that is unseen, good to see you. Thank you. Yeah, all that is unseen. That's what I'm saying. We need to have like a safety, internet safety course. I just think a lot of people don't understand kind of how mean these streets can be, and that not everybody's going to be in the Discord to be supportive and loving. Some of them are there just to like spy and grab a screenshot and send it back to their master. You know. Whoever that might be lurking. I love it. All that is unseen. You lurk away. You lurk away. I love it, guys. Hey, I'm in the bushes too in a lot of places, just kind of listening in. I might be watching chat or I might not even be paying attention at all. I might be doing something completely different, but I appreciate the support, all that is unseen. So, all right, guys. Well, I love you all so very, very much. Let's keep on working towards this common goal. Again, in Devlin's case, I want to put Devlin up really quick again. It's the same thing, guys. There's just something that we're missing. There's something um, that we're just not seeing. And I think that the answer's not too far away. If we just all put our heads together, Devlin hasn't had as much exposure at all. Um, nasty little hobbitses. um, you know, always sending our Detroit love and hugs. We love Detroit Rock City. You guys are all such an important part of our community, and I just want to always make sure you guys feel heard, seen, welcome, and just, let's be an example on YouTube. There's not very many places like that. I think it all just starts with us doing our own part, and the same thing goes for trying to figure out these cases. So yes, and everybody stay warm and safe in that weather. My goodness, this weather has been kicking our butts. Even in Florida, I'm like, oh my gosh, are we gonna have a hurricane? Ever since I moved here, I'm like, oh, it's a hurricane, but it really isn't. But every time I'm like, it could be a hurricane, just because I've never seen a hurricane. Knock on wood that I don't have to. But yeah. And again, let's keep praying together, guys. That is a big part of this. So, oh, and also, guys, I have a couple of an awareness bracelet and a ribbon and a sticker I want to give out too from my trip. And I keep forgetting to do that. So that's why I wanted to do memberships and stuff like that. But we'll do that when everybody can participate. It'll just be like draw a number like we did last time. It's not going to be as much swag, right, as the time before, but it will be just something fun because I do appreciate you guys crowd sourcing and funding my trip to Tennessee. I could not have done it without you guys. Again, my daughter's graduating. I have a lot of things that are, in the works and things like that for me. So just the fact that you guys were able to give me that extra push and help out, it just means the world to me. And it really allowed me to be there and, help support Seth and everyone else that was at the gathering. So again, I'm forever grateful. So we will do that drawing because we did our first drawing. Our friend NorCal SoGal won. She is local, so I had to get her something on the way down from Florida, so that way it wasn't, it was a special for her for the trivia. But I also have a giveaway for Sebastian awareness bracelet too. So we're gonna do that as well. So just stay tuned. Hit the notifications, and I will see you all next time.